Yeah, I felt the problem. I felt that problem with the last part of the chapter, where I felt like the author was saying the same thing over and over. I know Annie just said the same exact thing before you hopped on the call. Um,
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily a problem with this chapter. I think that's the author's just been
Yeah.
doing this for a while. I don't know if the author kind of it's just not like the most engaging thing you've ever read, but like the content in the book, moving from last chapter, like the latter half, like the parts of chapter 4 that were just like didn't read because they were so uninteresting, to this chapter right here is definitely like a big jump, and quality again, which is really good to see because I felt like the author, like he hooked us at the beginning of the book, and then I was hooked, and then he like kind of let me down, but he kind of like restored my faith again. I thought the contents were pretty interesting this time around.
Yeah, it really should have gone from chapter 3 to then chapter 5.
Yeah,
As
it's
a
like
as
this.
far as like a continuous narrative.
It's like, yeah, this doesn't need to be in the book. And then the thing like you don't
It needs to
want
be in
your
another book.
the thing you don't want your audience to say is, you know what, that was well, the thing you want your audience to say is like, that didn't need to be in the book, but it was so interesting, and the author put it in such a good way and tied it together so well that I'm glad I read it. That is not
Maybe
that's not how any of us
maybe
felt.
we'll say that. I know, but maybe we'll say that by the end and we just don't know it. I feel like there could be a sense that he included that chapter to kind of like show off his skills in
The super sensible.
psychic, the super sensible knowledge.
They
It's
didn't have
like,
they didn't have Twitter
this is
back
how
then.
far I've looked, something like that, maybe
It's
to
like,
like establish some sort of
yeah, some
expertise.
ethos, some like quality. It's like back in the day, you couldn't find the ineffable name of God code worded in like the worst way imaginable on Twitter. You had to dig. You weren't finding that in church, right?
Yeah, I think that my favorite thing that he opens this chapter with is saying some people don't think that y'all should know this stuff, but I think they're wrong because of the way we're supposed to evolve. You need to have this information to train yourself and your psychic senses.
Facts.
Yeah.
That was actually an interesting thought. When I first found the raw material, I thought it was too esoteric, and that like like you had to be like this cool to like read the material and like get introduced or initiated into the arcane secrets.
Hmm.
I don't think that anymore, but not not because of like any malicious or non-malicious reason, but because like no one actually cares, like genuinely.
The people that care care, and the people that don't care, and that's all.
Yeah,
But I think he's actually referencing like the occult groups. They're like, we don't share anything with outsiders.
oh yeah, yeah. You can't be too
Hmm.
picky with information like that nowadays. That stuff usually leaks.
Yeah, and I guess he might have gotten the sense that like, yeah, but people are gonna awaken and people are gonna need these skills, and
But if
we
everyone
know
else thinks that,
we
and
know.
I keep authoring content, you know what I mean?
I
Supply and demand,
mean,
baby.
well, here we are reading it, and it's not that. I mean, this may be the first book that I'm reading where it says um, you can train your psychic senses before you realize that you're psychic, before you're awakening, and that you should,
100%.
right? Like I'm of the group of the he uses the involuntary self awakening, meaning like it just happens to you involuntarily. And I would still say that training is super important. Like, it's not like, oh, you awaken and then you just, that's it. You're like an expert. Not at all.
Mm.
Now you have to make sense of what the heck you're seeing and hearing and dreaming and why it feels so real. And um,
Yeah, I feel
to
like
be able to just work with it better.
you definitely have the most to say about this chapter. With that kind of in mind, I definitely related to it a lot too. I know I'm kind
Hmm.
of going through something similar right now, where I
Hmm.
got like I definitely got like a very very closed off feelings, where the world became like really dry, um, and then like lately in like the past 2 or 3 months, and I guess like my biggest thing to add, because a lot of what the subject or focus of this chapter is like, you need to train your meditative occult faculties so you can like transcend this world, and it is like everyone needs to do it. It's just like the path of evolution and progression, and like how we have how we like how you become like a healthy, fully functioning human being, right? um
Hmm.
Before we get into like more like developed mysticism, right? There's like a degree to this. It's like everyone needs to have some kind of meditation in their life. Everyone needs to eat healthy. Everyone needs to work out, right? It's very much
Hmm.
along those lines. And I guess what I was saying originally was that like the being healthy part, or like the I don't know, like my diet's improved a lot too. And since my diet improved, like my meditation has like improved like dramatically, right? Um, where it's like I'm not even necessarily finding more time or disciplining more time to go and meditate. Um, but the world definitely has like a different feeling to it, and I get different vibes or impressions that remind me of when I was like younger too. So it's definitely telling me like I'm going in the right direction. That the work I've been doing is really effective and good. Um, yeah, a lot of meditate to become more spiritual, sure. In this chapter.
Yeah, I kind of felt like OCW would have a lot to say too because of the part where you're lucid dreaming and then you're astral traveling as that meditation practice um, is developed.
Hmm. I mean, I already knew that, so I just kind of found it a bit boring. Boring. You can ask me questions if you like, but I didn't find it interesting. I didn't even make notes or anything about that.
Right, because you already know it, but then you would have more to say about it based on your experiences.
Mm, there is indeed to everything a progression, and
Hmm.
everything is a skill, right? So
Yeah.
if you're gonna try to diet, as J Money said, it's like you're gonna put the effort into thinking what kind of foods you want to eat to become better. Uh, well, in a better health anyway. And then because
Better
you're
than other
doing
people.
that, you're thinking better than other
Balance,
people.
balance.
Yeah, sure. If you're gonna do that, then automatically you're gonna think, okay, I'm healthy now. How about I take care of my mental health too? And then you go into that cycle where you need or you want everything to be better on all um, areas of your life. And it's the same with lucid dreaming. Like if you're gonna wake up one day and say, okay, I'm gonna write down my dream, and you keep doing it as a habit, just as eating salad, I don't know, just an example, uh, then you're gonna get better.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Yeah,
that
I would
was.
say that in my early development and my early training that I didn't even realize I was training was writing down my dreams. Um, and I would, it took me a while to build up the habit to do it. And within the year, like I would say it took about a few months to kind of get the habit going where you're waking up and you're half asleep and you're half awake and you're trying to write down things.
Yeah,
And
can't keep it up, but yeah.
yeah, and then within a few more months from that, like I would say the whole process probably a year, um from setting the intention, okay, I'm going to write down my dreams, and I'm going to make a journal out of it, and I'm going to make a habit out of it, to lucid dreaming, it took me about a year. Where I
Yeah,
was,
it doesn't come overnight for sure.
yeah. But like, in the book it says, patience and perseverance is the part, where, that's part of training with anything, not just with this, just anything. Right? If you're training for the Olympics, like, you got to start somewhere. You got to start training, wherever you're playing, and then win, and then go up to state, and then nationals, and then you go. It's a step for anything.
Yeah,
But
how I told you about that TV series I really liked. He in the TV series, the plot is basically based on the same concept. The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar. That's what it's called.
oh yeah,
And then
I still have to watch it. I haven't been in the. I've watched the trailer, and I love Wes Anderson. I
yeah,
just haven't been in the mood to sit, even if it's like 40 minute. I just haven't clicked into the mood yet.
yeah, I don't want to give spoilers, but basically what he does is he's being told by some guru that if you spend just a couple seconds every day or a couple minutes every day focusing on one thing, meditating on one thing only, and trying to do it for longer every day, you're going to be able to unlock some new powers. And
Absolutely.
eventually he goes from, his point was trying to get rich. He was trying to read cards, to read them throughout, like from the back of them, to see what
Mhm.
cards are on the table without
Flipping
seeing them.
them. Yeah.
Yeah, without flipping. So when he finishes, I think he reached peak of his powers after like 2 years. When he finishes that, he realizes, yeah, but now I don't want to get rich. Like, he completely changed and
Yeah.
grew as a character.
Yeah.
That's a good
Yeah.
movie.
Which is, you watched it too?
No, I'm just saying, like, that sounds like
Oh.
at the end there, it's like, yep, yeah, I'm glad I watched this. He realized that he doesn't even need money. Wow, it's so deep. And it was about the
Well,
friend.
there's more to it, but no spoilers.
Whatever it's about the friends you
Yeah,
make
no
along the way,
spoilers.
it's always a good movie.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's like, if you're going to raise your vibration, you are going to raise yourself out of greed,
Mm-hmm.
because it is a lower vibration.
Yeah, I thought
So,
there's so much good stuff in this chapter at the beginning here. I felt like I was like really worried about the direction this book was going, and I had like all my worries like quelled as I kind of started reading here, like with like pretty much in, like the first few chapters. Like when you said last week, it's like, yeah, it's all about like sleeping and dying and stuff like that, and dreaming. I was definitely hopeful, and my hope was met with a good energy. Um, like the idea of like it really is the idea of like the etheric double that we worked with so much in like the Powell books too. Basically brought to like, I don't know. It makes so much sense. There's like that's a huge, that's got to be a huge intersection between spirituality and materialism. Is like the depth and quality and reality of the imaginative world as opposed to like the material world. And that's something that's a lot of what we focus on the YouTube channel, and also like very relevant for where the world's at spiritually and philosophically, where we kind of just want to have like a good, easy to understand read through of what the spiritual world is, what the material world is, and how those two worlds talk to each other. And there really is just a lot of like lost knowledge about the spiritual world, or like distorted knowledge, or people really don't understand it super well. And I feel like if I was to be like, if you're a smart person and you really want to understand, like if you're really like quote unquote trying to get into the spiritual stuff, kind of breaking out of the simulation or the matrix, and that's brought up in this chapter too, with like self awakening, and you want to get into this stuff, I think this is a really good chapter to read, and I would definitely recommend like the first half to people as well, um, just with just with like the how literal it is and how important this information needs to get like restated, like it's if you're unfamiliar, like a lot of people don't know this stuff. Like a lot of people are like completely clueless, and they don't understand that like if they meditate, what that does to their dreams. So it's like when your subconscious kind of filters through everything you did in the day, like what happens in that space where you meditated for 40 minutes. Um, the quality of your dreams changing, the qualities of your feelings changing. Like that's kind of what I was talking about too. As like my heart is getting healthier with all like my healthy habits and exercise and meditations and healthy eating. As like my heart gets healthier, like my feelings change. They become more vibrant. Like I feel better about the world. I feel more in tune with like the elements, the seasons. So like when I go outside, like everything is clear. My eyesight is literally improves like immediately as soon as I step outside. And all of this really comes from like just like a super super simple, like the author calls it like initiation. I would also call it like enlightenment too. Definitely like a tiered thing, but that's definitely what the author is kind of introing here, is like definitely like huge like vibes of like transcendence of the material plane, like kind of given this chapter, and being like, yeah, this is, and then meditation is like how you get there, right?
Yeah. And then it's nice that he says, okay, you can meditate on an object and give it your own symbolism to it, or you can meditate on a phrase, right? It was like an object. Hold on.
Oh yeah, like the whole
Just
idea
checking
of
my.
the whole idea of meditation concepts, because there are like actually so many like intelligent people that I'm sure are subconsciously aware of some of these things or like work with them in the corner of their mind, but they're not super, they're too airy, they're not as solid as they should be. You know what I mean? Where people don't really understand what they're talking about because it's not taught in school, it's not taught by religion. It's kind of just we're lucky that we have the internet and this stuff is so accessible. Or what happens to a lot of people is that you chance across it right on the internet, and then you kind of like educate yourself. um definitely a 21st century archetype right there.
Okay. So it's either an object that you meditate on, that you give it your own symbolism, right? Your soul gives it a symbolism, which later becomes helpful in interpreting your own dreams, because your soul will use the symbols that you've meditated on to show you things. And I think that we have, I don't know if we've recorded it, but we've definitely talked about it before, where you can use a dream dictionary to interpret your dreams, as a way to learn about some of the ways to interpret them. But ultimately, your symbols are going to be your symbols, and your interpretation are going to be personal to you.
Yep.
Okay, and then the other thing is the feelings and the sensations. So I can't remember what other book we were reading that was talking about this, where like, you want to meditate on, like you were saying, having a healthier heart with pure emotions, right? Or you want to meditate on being more compassionate, or on being, you know, more peaceful, or on having more patience, right? It's like, um, a higher level feeling that gets you out of the lower vibrations of anger and shame and guilt and fear, you know?
Black tar heroin, high vibing.
Yeah. Yeah. And even if this is what I wanted to add earlier is that even if you don't believe that you have any psychic powers and that this is not for you, the truth is that as we continue our existence, more people and just every year are going to have their psychic senses awakened. And if you had to choose between figuring it out in the battlefield versus figuring it out at home in a safe space, I'm always going to tell people just start training sooner so that you're ready when it happens, not if it happens, but when it happens.
What do you mean by training?
With the meditation.
Okay.
Like training the psychic senses. As we're talking about
yeah,
it.
Yeah, it's like doing it as like it comes up and not like when it's like, oh shit. You know.
Yeah, oh shit. Now I have to figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting. Like, I think for the majority of people, at least until like the earth enlightens to like such a degree where the stuff is so normalized, like you don't really need to go super far. Like, I feel like where I'm at right now is like a pretty average level of progression for people, and they would probably go a little bit farther and then they die before they got too much farther with this stuff. But it's very interesting, the author, the way the author talks about this stuff, because like I'm getting like huge like shamanistic vibes too, where it's like you're pretty much like almost wired out of the physical world, and it's like you're more wired in the spiritual world than the physical world, which is definitely something I relate to a lot too. And it's like it's a very challenging thing to figure out, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that, especially nowadays in like the modern world, are going through something similar. And it's very confusing too, with like there not really being like institutional support, whether it's corporate, whether it's government, or from the church, right? At least in the West, 'cause I think Christianity's kind of mid, but doesn't do what it needs to a lot of the time, spiritually speaking. But there was the bit too about like you need to have like a strong character. You need to like have like a refined and developed consciousness and personality, intelligence before like really developing your it's not so much of an astral projection as it is your soul. You know what I mean? But your soul being able to hold focus and charge in higher worlds, right?
Yeah, I think most people underestimate what they can do. And I say that because they think their intuition means nothing, or that it's not some sort of power that they can access at all times. I kind of noticed that in beginners where they're like, yeah, but how am I get to your level of being a psychic? Like, how can I get to what you do? And even I know earlier we talked about symbolism, about meditating upon a symbol, but I feel like with every item that we look at, we intuitively see what the item represents, at least for us,
Mm-hmm.
or in a general sense. Like if you sit for 5 seconds and you think about it, right? Let's say I don't know, a green candle. What's green for you? And then you associate green with money, and you don't need to look that up on Google on how to do, I don't know, a money spell. That's just an example. But I feel like people underestimate what their intuition can do for them, and they don't apply that to every skill that they could possibly learn to achieve some sort of spiritual awakening.
Yeah, people like, yeah, that's a great way to put it too. Is like this stuff is here and like it can be pushed far. You know what I mean? Like, I know so many people that
Yeah.
like push being really good at Smash far. That's like a very normalized thing because we live in like the modern world where it's like people can figure out how to practice and discipline themselves and develop skills. Um, like if you don't have that going for you in some element of your personality, you're not, you're probably someone who's struggled quite a bit, right? You're not really living super fully. So it's kind of like, why don't we see this more often? Is a question I ask myself a lot too. I guess it just feels so like niche and like underground, and I guess it's just one of those things where it's like I you really question like how much of an effect like the church actually had on like proper development, or I guess the age of information too, because this stuff is like clear to me. I'm sure it's clear to you guys too, or relatively clear. I don't know how
Yeah.
clear it would have been before the internet was a thing, because like the spiritual stuff is like definitely super trendy and popular now, right?
Yeah.
um
Mhm.
Yeah.
but yeah, it's like just like it can be done. It's like practice, just get there. I guess you're always gonna see that in like someone's like grandma who's like Buddhist or whatever, like in the modern world, because like I don't meet like a ton of like people like nowadays who have like, yep, yeah, I got super into the spiritual stuff and now I meditate for 40 minutes like every day, or I did that for a period of time like a year when I was younger and I got to where I need to be. Like I don't see a ton of that. I don't know if that's like specifically because of my area. Um, but it's weird, it's strange, it's worth mentioning. In terms of like magical visualization too, there was something I wanted to bring up. I was like tripping when I was like reading this. I thought it was so interesting. Like my mind was just like so full of like the memes that get brought up when you read something really interesting and it's something you're very curious about. And there are answers and questions you brought up to yourself, you asked yourself, and you haven't seen developed in like years. Like the first part of this book really brought me back to Man and His Symbols by Jung, and that was basically more of like a deathbed book. And it's like, I've been an academic psychologist for my entire life, and now I've had to like constrain and like bond and limit myself about what I could say because I was trying to be like an academic, right, and to be taken seriously. Um, in a world of like religion and academic materialistic bias, right, which we're still familiar with, which makes like this stuff even more like, which is kind of the depressing element of what I was just talking about. And the smart people that just like let it run by, that miss the stuff, because they have weird impressions of it. But like, yeah, Man into Symbols by Jung. He basically said everything, said all the crazy shit that he couldn't really say as an academic. Got it all in like one book, and that was how I learned how to interpret dreams, or how to interpret symbolism. And like I just remember like when I was reading through this chapter for the first time, when the author is talking about like magical visualization, and there's a language that gets brought up when you learn how to read dream interpretation, or when you learn how to interpret dreams, where the author talks about, the author like specifically mentions like a plant growing and then doing all this crazy stuff, but it's like the idea is you're supposed to like detach. There's like a skill to it, right? You want to completely detach the feeling. Feeling is a Secret. Read the book by Neville Goddard, especially if you're into law of attraction stuff. The feeling of like the plant growing from the seed, or like kind of more of like a thought essence, or like some kind of essence, as opposed to like the material shell, is how we're kind of like introduced to working with these kind of ideas. But that was definitely something I noticed when you interpret dreams, is like you're not supposed to like take anything like literally. It's all, you're supposed to be able, it's like dreams are crazy because they're like asking you to learn how to read symbolism, right? I feel like I also need to comment on, kind of like end the train of thought too, like the similarities between dreams period and magical visualization. It's definitely something that got like brought up in this chapter, and I'm definitely curious to exploring that in more depth. I'm not really sure which questions I have or how I'd want to open that thread, but I'm probably gonna check my notes too.
Yeah, I feel like again people would be better at dream interpretation if they would believe their own thought process and would not rely so much on, oh, I don't know how to do this. Because if you try to talk to a person, right, they're like, oh, I dreamed this and this last night. Do you have any idea what it means? I'm like, no, because you should know. You should know why these symbols appear in your dreams. They mean something to you. And when you ask them, okay, what do you think this means? They're like, oh, because of this and this and that. And you're like,
It's like
okay. And then
I'm
you
not your
see them just like a
goddamn like
light bulb.
psychologist. Like,
But then you see a light bulb, on top of their heads, and like, oh yeah, actually.
yeah. It's like you should give your friends more money. I'm your friend, by the way. It's like that's definitely what the dream was. You should be more generous.
One of the ways that I thought about, the symbol meaning for meditation is when I was starting to read the tarot. I was having a very difficult time with the idea of memorizing the meanings of the cards, right? And I also started with my grandmother's cards that she left for me, which were not the Rider-Waite. They were the Marseille decks, and in that style of decks, you don't have an imagery of what the card may mean. You simply have the card, so it's
Mm-hmm.
like if it's 5 wands, you have 5 wands. You don't
Yeah,
have
it's like five
an
of wands.
image. Right.
Figure it
You
out.
have six swords. You're like, okay, you're like, and then so you have to make sense of like, well, is like the way that they're arranged on the card means something, but what does that mean to you? And like, yeah, you can check the book that comes with the deck, um, which is the creators, and I mean the deck creators, not source
God.
creator, the deck, the deck's creator, interpretations of those symbols, right? Um, but just knowing that I could meditate on one card at a time gave me this sense of like, oh, okay, this is a new thing I can do, and I can
Mm-hmm.
see how it goes.
Yep.
And so that's how I've created my own intuitive way of reading any card from any deck,
This is
regardless
I'm
of.
gonna show you here, Annie. This is what any talented tarot reader should be doing. If someone is reading tarot for you and charging you, and it's like anything above $10 or $20, like this is absolutely like prerequisite. There's just no regulation on tarot readings because it's obviously all bullshit, right? According to like the modern world. I'm sorry, I keep going.
Yeah. Yeah. And wait, I lost my train of thought. But anyway, it's, even though I am, I'm not meditating while I'm doing a reading for other people, but in my time that I take during my day, my week, or the month, whatever, to read, to practice, to take notes, to, in that moment, I am meditating. I am disconnected from the physical idea of whatever the card says, and how other people interpret it, to what does that mean to me, to see it in that color, to see it in that scenario, like what kind of people come to mind when I see those characters, what kind of actions, and then you just weave your own style
Mm-hmm.
into whatever.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's like I think it's like it kind of goes along. I wouldn't say it's quite as in depth. Probably again, it's more of like a normie or more of a like I'm not a super spiritual person, but like there's like a huge idea with like physics that like we can like figure the world out, and like the internet, and like we have like biology, we have all these like chemistry, and there's like there are like rational empiric reasons for like the way the world is, that is just it's just so incomplete and it's so lazy. And I don't know if it's because of like people not being creative enough, or like that it's probably just the church, really. It's probably the church that did like literally all of this, like all this damage. Um because science is just like so staunchly opposed to the church because of that reason. But these are like these are like the actual reasons that like you can interpret a movie your own way and have it be meaningful. And that's not necessarily the author's vision. It's not necessarily just because I made this movie and like I put all of these like archetypes and like images together, and you're like geared to having these exact specific feelings. Like that's where like depth in like filmmaking or art comes from, right? It is like the actual like source of that. And it's kind of too big of an idea to hold on to in my head right now, but like it's like how that stuff like actually functions and works, right? It just hasn't been mapped out and developed and understood like math, physics, chemistry, you know.
Yeah,
What's
that's a
your
good
opinion?
point with the art.
But yeah, this is just like a great chapter. Like I would definitely recommend for someone like who wants to have like a good, if someone wants to get like a bird's eye view, God's eye view of a lot of the like occult spiritual like concepts that you want to be working with, I would definitely recommend like chapter 5 part 1 and the first half of part 2. Just it just has like so many like essential ideas, like meditating to develop your spiritual faculties, like transcendence is the goal. Like magical visualization and how that like works and functions. Like holding on to the idea of like a meditation object. It talks about gurus too, and it's like ideally like a spiritual guru is not any different than the guy at the gym who's like also a personal trainer who like runs the gym, right? It's just someone who's initiated, they've developed, they put their life into this, and they're here to train you up a little bit before you can take this stuff in your own hands, and develop your practice wherever it goes, right?
Yeah, 100%.
I'm just saying, there's
And
so many delusional ideas about gurus, so it's like it's so funny.
well, it's because, you know, people either people want to get, there's two groups of people in this scenario with the gurus, is that, there are some people who are like, all of this bullshit and I can't wait to get advantage of all these dumbasses.
Based.
And then there's and then there's the the other type of guru that like start out with the best intentions, and they lose their way along the way.
Mhm. Some people
They
are not cut
either
out to having power over other people.
right, and it's usually the people who want all the power, the ones that are, what is, I can't remember who made that quote, but
Kanye.
it's like the people
He
who
wrote a
want
good song
all the
about that,
power
actually.
are
sorry.
the least capable of wielding it. But I would say that when it comes to thinking that this stuff is real versus not real, training versus not training, you know, your ego is, which is in occult terms, that unpurified part of your soul that is needing the purification that you get through spirituality and spiritual practices. That part of you is going to resist all of this, and it's going to mock it, and it's going to stop you, and it's going to do whatever it can to, in a way, test you to see if you really want to explore this. Because you shouldn't think of this part of yourself as bad and ugly and an enemy. It's not. It's more of a test. Because once you get started, you're on it, and I don't think you can get off.
Yep. Yeah, it's so loose, you know what I mean? But like that's definitely something that like kind of got brought up with me recently too, with reaching at like a milestone in development. And it's like once you're this far, you don't really like go back. Like the world's just gonna be like that was huge for me, when I was younger and like experimenting with psychedelics. And psychedelics, it was not reading books that got me here. Okay, it was doing psychedelics and being like, oh my god, what is this? And then I got into like the intellectual side of things, right? And then got depressed. But it was like there really was always an element of like once there's like a filter that's taken off, and once you see certain things and certain things make sense to you, then you can read them that way. Like you can't like take that back, right? You can't like forget what you remembered or forget what you've developed, right?
Yeah.
And that's not always a bad thing. It's like, but there is like power, and not power in like a magical powers way, but like if I'm your manager, I have power over you, and like it's a spiritual challenge on me to treat you right and effectively. Fortunately, a lot of people don't live up to that, but you're definitely put in positions of power over other people, and it's like now you are pressured to make the right decision, right? So it's an ethical pressure that gets put on people, that you need to be ready for, you need to be accepting of.
Yeah. So I'm getting a food analogy with this. It's like if you go your whole life eating grilled cheese sandwiches with American cheese, which is not
Please.
bad at all, right?
Cheddar's
But
better.
it's the basic, exactly. And then one day you discover grilled cheeses with like real cheddar cheese, right? It changes. Like you can go back, but you keep
Cheese
thinking
changes
about
people.
yeah. Well, quality changes
See,
people.
that's the good thing about magical visualization. It's like that's what Annie's anecdote is about here. It's not about whatever
Yeah.
she was trying to say.
No, it's an analogy or a metaphor, one of those two.
The
It's
cheddar
like
the cheddar has changed you. You haven't been the same ever since you switched from American cheese.
I'm just saying, like, once you discover another level of making something better, of like taking off the filter, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could go back, but you keep thinking about like what you learned in your cheddar experience. And this is not an ad for that restaurant called Cheddar's at all.
Well, it wasn't until now. Go buy cheddars. I
No,
get a
I'm
new
saying
promo
it's not.
special. $17.99 feeds a family of 4.
Right. um, I mean, I had a lot of examples. I mean, I was thinking like tomato sandwich, and then you put the bacon on it, and now it's almost a BLT. There's a lot of examples where you just every time you add something to it, you add a new dimension to it, it becomes better.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the point.
I'm kind of going through the rest of my notes here. Yeah, I'm glad this chapter is definitely a step in the right direction. I feel like I've said. I feel like the problem is with me talking about it now was this chapter was kind of just like reawakening some of the questions I have, and some of like the, oh yeah, this is a thing, I want to understand it more. And just like a lot of like questions that aren't like really formed as questions yet in my head. So this is very much like kernel seed level, like asking which is good. It's like I feel like I did not get this vibe from Psychic Vampires, or like getting thinking this hard, I should say. But like yeah, like I guess like I feel like the big theme of this chapter is like literally transcendence, or initiation into transcendence. It's also why like guru vibes are weird, right? A lot of the time, because a lot of people don't know how to handle that well. It's not like there's like culture to help guide you towards that either. At least in the U.S. and in India, it's definitely more of a thing. But the author calls what is to us transcendence, right? Which is like very much a and it's important you say transcendence too, because there's this idea that when people first get exposed to this, and it's why I'm talking about like, oh, I've been eating healthier and I've been exercising, I've been doing this, I've been doing that, and that is like I could do a whole video on like the metaphysics of transcendence, but that is definitely like a degree to it as well. Like developing yourself and not abandoning, not being afraid of the material world, and like still definitely a masculine perspective, like still like not leaving the material world behind when you're introduced into all these spiritual, that's a huge thing, like spiritual escapism, and then spirit, like the big one is spiritual bypassing that comes to mind. And there's an idea of like transcendence where it's like you kind of nurture your physical body and your physical senses like out of the material world into into like the more heavenly reality, right? But there's a proper way of like going about that, and it's more like you lift and cradle your senses versus just being like, oh, I'm gonna meditate and just like jump out, right? Which is definitely more of like the jumping out is definitely more of like it's definitely like a criticism of hippies, a criticism of like psychedelic enlightenment, where it's like, all right, you jumped out, you know what I mean, but it's like you really haven't, like, that's not super worthwhile, other than it being like a good experience for you, right? And it's a tragedy that people don't think there's more to it, or there's more to develop there as well. Because it really is like about the science of transcendence, about the science of like how to properly like enlighten yourself, right? That is definitely a huge goal of the modern spiritual world, right? I definitely fundamental to the idea of like secular spirituality, right? Because those are things that are marked. Those are things that we've seen. Like you can like look at like the brainwaves of a monk who's meditating and be like the health benefits and be like, all right, something is up here. The monks that say like I live in a state of constant bliss because of like I've refined my consciousness and I've refined myself to this higher level through these practices. And I guess I'm always going to say for people who get into this stuff is like you really cannot ignore the physical element that transcendence has in play, right? It seems like people just kind of like, you can't like necessarily throw away the material because you're attracted to the spiritual, right?
Right. I mean, that's why you still have your physical body and you still have to take care of it.
Yeah, like your physical body is a spiritual challenge, or it can be viewed that way in a certain sense. And there's a proper way of like working through that isn't just like becoming an annoying hippie, because that is like part and parcel with a lot of the spiritual stuff, and it's definitely something I see the most of. And I wouldn't say it's like malicious or like due to people's character deficits or anything. It's just like that's how confusing and that's how new the stuff we're working with is, and why my channel is so attractive, right? And everyone should subscribe and like leave comments. Yeah, I guess the thing that I have a question of is like I wish I was able to talk more about is when the author is talking about the otherworldly makeup of magical visualization. I would like to read, like I would like to understand that better, like understand the fact that like the magical visualization, one of the key elements that the author talks about, which I would agree with, is like there's a certain otherworldly element of like magical visualization, which is like some kind of ritual or visualization that like lifts your consciousness up in some way or brings about some kind of state or feeling, and that can be more mystical, or it can be as simple as like getting hyped about something, or something very grounded, right? There's a lot of examples that aren't coming immediately to my mind right now. But like I would love to learn more about that and like why our dreams are the way they are. Um, like I don't know, science and dreams is very very interesting to me. Like there's something that like they don't mix very well traditionally, but there's definitely something there. There's definitely a lot of mysteries to be explored. And unfortunately, I didn't get everything I wanted from this chapter, but it's good to see these things at least getting brought up and highlighted again. And maybe I'll be like it could literally be like 10 or 20 years before I have some of these mysteries kind of thought through and developed.
I have a theory that I'm working through.
She's got theories. What is it?
Okay, so I think that the dreams are the way they are because they are like a visual representation of our emotions and our thoughts. And it's not that you're outside of the logical world. You're outside of the physical world.
Mm-hmm.
And very few people are in touch with their emotions. And many more people don't want to be in touch with their emotions. They're like stuffing them away. They're denying them. They're drinking them away. They're just like, no. You know? And if you happen to be dreaming, then you're going to see all of it come to life.
Oh, it just animates itself, right?
Yeah. And so, if people choose to do things with the purpose of not dreaming, like I know people who suffer from recurring nightmares and they choose not to go to sleep, or they choose to sleep long enough before they fall into dreams like states.
See,
so they'll wake themselves up in an hour and a half.
This is very grounded, Annie. Like this makes sense. Like I guess I like the mysteries I have with dreams, and like the same mysteries I have with psychedelics are like they're like almost unanswerable questions just because they're so out there. Like I was trying to put it in words like when you were talking, but it's like I've had I want to say like I can remember something from a dream and be very like it's just shrouded in like you forgot this was here. You forgot this was here your entire life. And it is such like a vivid, it is such like a soul level, like this is so like essentially a part of you and a part of your world. And it just feels so right and true. It really does feel like there's some kind of like essence or energy that's like speaking to you, or like I'm really struggling with my words right. It's such like a fantastical feeling, and it really is like oh my god. Sorry, like talking about like what I'm talking about. Like I'm not sure like all the words have been like created yet. Actually, it really does have to do with the sense of like a big one would be like timelessness and eternity. And there would definitely be an element of like intelligence, like very refined intelligence on like quote unquote the other side. This world that you don't remember, but it speaks to you. That's probably like the best way to put it. But it is completely like otherworldly and mystical. There's like no like I feel like saying like dreams are like expressions of like your subconscious, and like your emotions and your spiritual state of being, and like your subconscious is trying to communicate these things to you and you repress them. Like that is absolutely an element of dreams, and I think that was a big part of like the Jungian psychology stuff. But there's like another element or layer to this stuff that's just like I've had experience with it. Like I know I'm like running into something, and it's like why it's one of the reasons that occult science like motivates me so much, you know.
Yeah. And then OCW and I were watching Ghosts, the US version.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, no spoilers, but spoilers anyway. One of the ghosts, their powers was to influence the living's dreams. And so they would infiltrate the dreams and insert themselves into the dream and suggest different ideas that they wanted the living to do. And I think that's a very real thing that does happen in the spiritual realm, right? Whether that is your ancestors influencing you, your guardian angels, if you believe in that, or something more nefarious, you know?
Yeah, something darker.
Yeah, something darker. There's room for all of that to be real.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like that's definitely something that gets brought up. And as someone who's like super interested in like intellectualism and like rationality and like to a certain degree like the academic world. But I'm like completely like disconnected from the academic world in a certain sense too. Like kind of integrating itself with what's like known and believed by anyone who's delved deep enough into the spiritual mysteries, right, or esoteric mysteries. So we kind of know the playing field a little bit, right? And like angels or guides or spirits aren't that shocking of a concept to us, but like we have to remember that like the modern world that like has like built and like uses like phones, which is like they're actually magic, like you know what I mean, and computers which are actually magic, like still doesn't believe in like any kind of intelligence, like it's basically like animals and us, you know what I mean. There's no room for any kind of like intelligent entities that exist like exist in like interdimensionally, right? Whether that's aliens, which is obviously a huge thing I'm on, or the much more grounded concepts like the centuries, if not millennia, of communications with like from any shamanistic sect, from any Buddhist sect, from any like mystical Christian sect, being dressed through the filters of your imagination, right? Of course, but there's always like the idea of like some kind of some like other beings, right, or other energies or essences that we don't fully understand, like interacting with the human being. And like this stuff is like still like not like that's why occult science is important, because we literally our answer is we don't know. You know what I mean? Like that's an enlightened answer. The answer that most people would spout is like it's not there at all, right? Like you're a crazy person. But that's more of like that's kind of slowly going away, right? But it's still definitely very, very present.
Yeah.
One thing that I have in my notes too is something that gets brought up a lot within this stuff, and why I talked about like in terms of like transcendence, like being very practical and like being healthy, you know what I mean? Like doing your part, like basically being present in your life, and being like a full human being, right? There's the idea of like creating yourself as like a clear channel in order to kind of discern expressions from higher worlds or interdimensionally, right? I don't know. I feel like you might have something to say about that, Annie.
I was gonna say something, but I think it's just like half sentences, so I'll let you know when it's complete.
Yeah, I feel like I'm definitely getting a lot of. I'm glad to be here though. I'm glad to be like in half sentences, barely like getting my words out. Cause I know what I'm talking about, but I don't know about what I'm talking about well enough to be like super confident and like super logical with all like the moving parts about what I'm working with. But that's definitely a thing. The creating yourself as a clear channel, like, whether you're a ayahuasca shaman, which is definitely where I get a lot of my inspiration from, for creating yourself as a clear channel for communication of higher worlds. not necessarily for the express purpose of, you know, being an ayahuasca shaman, but just because I see nowhere else on this planet that's not from like mystical texts leaking from the Vatican Library about how to properly prepare yourself as a channel to experience and communicate and commune with higher worlds or super sensible worlds or different dimensions, whether it be beings or essences or energies or spirits or whatever. I don't know. I don't want to go on like a whole tangent about how like they have creating yourself as a clear channel, like down to a science, is probably where I'd put it. That's definitely shelved YouTube content. It's coming out eventually, but I have so many open projects right now.
Were you gonna say anything, LCW?
No.
Okay.
I'm quite my day has been long.
I'm gonna say that I totally hear you with the ayahuasca having it to down to a science of like this is how you become a clear channel.
Mm-hmm.
It's been enough time, it's been enough years that you guys have been sharing with me, and like other of my friends are going through the experience and they're sharing it with me, and so I'm like, okay, totally. I would say it's just another word for shadow work, it's another way to go about it, but it's still the same process. And the way that I know how to become a clear channel is to put yourself through the tar and the dredge, not just the one that you have inside of yourself, but the one that you attract because you have a habit within yourself. And so for me, it was just like battling like demons after demons after demons after demons. And I don't mean like the ones that you imagine in the cartoons. I mean, they actually had no form. They were just different levels of negative thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And self-defeating thoughts, and a lot of ways that a lot of like points of views of like being raised under those beliefs, and because this is like a whole it doesn't happen from one day to the other. It's like this initiation where you go in step,
Mm-hmm.
right? Every time you're about to reach a new step, it's like a video game. Every time you're about to go to a new level, you have to battle the boss, and it's always going to be a different type of negative belief, negative like shadow thought, let's call it like that, right? And again, it's just to prove yourself that you're ready for the next level.
Yeah.
The more that I saw it as a video game and as just part of the process, the less scared I was.
I feel
because
like
it can be scary in the moment.
I feel like what you're talking. There's one thing I want to say, because I do want to go back to ayahuasca shamanism, because like my point's a little bit different. There is definitely a lot of truth to what you're saying here too. And I kind of want to speak about my personal experience, what you're talking about too. Like there is definitely like a whole like element to my spiritual development and dealing with negative energy like within myself, that eventually like I got so proficient at it that I saw it started to reflect in the outer world. Whether that was like within other people or within like like the scope of certain situations, it's like there was like a degree that like negative energy like could not press on me. Like it could not get a grip. Like, so instead of like me being scared of like negative energy starts to become scared of you, right? Like it becomes scared to approach you. And that is that is a very like discernment heavy exercise, because sometimes, you know, negative energy can be much more innocent or more of an alert, right, than just like kind of like a shadow hanging over you. Which is very important. You know, don't get too big for your britches and be like feeling invincible, and like, you know, you're looking at your phone while you're driving and right.
Something's always gonna check you.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Ayahuasca. The way I was talking about ayahuasca shamanism, though, there is like a degree to creating yourself to a clear channel, because I think the one thing was when I was like 20 or 21, I felt like I was given or guided to or shown or like coincidentally stumbled across such effective, clear way of being like, this is how you like nuke your system and become a clear channel. You live in the age of information. You live in the modern world. You grew up on the internet. You're one of few people, now a growing number of people, who understand what they're talking about, and all of the different like aspects of this world. And this is how to most effectively, it's definitely something I'm after, this is how to most effectively prepare yourself as a channel for communication of any kind with higher spiritual worlds. And it's specifically what I would imagine to be certain sects of ayahuasca shamanism, where when I talk about the book, the Jesus' Lost Teaching, the Essene Gospels of Peace, I know I bring that up a lot, that leaked from the Vatican Library and was translated by Aldous Huxley's friend. There is a method of physical purification that there's one element, like the purging aspect of ayahuasca, that pairs with what Jesus was talking about so well, and that is like the ayahuasca itself. There is another element to their purification which is completely, I shouldn't say completely. It's aside from psychedelics, a type of mysticism where it's like you basically, you keep yourself like so, it doesn't really work for Westerners that well, which is why like I'm not like being like, no Annie, you got to do it this way, right? It's just not super compatible with our world, because we live so such materially focused lives. Otherwise, like, you will not be able to survive in the Western world, to a certain extent. There's always like weird pockets and whatnot, but like going out in the jungle, like with like nothing in your stomach besides a sweet potato, like isolating yourself and being like, okay, you're gonna have food in your stomach, you're gonna have water to drink, but you're gonna have literally no distractions besides you're going to take like a ton of like reishi today. You're gonna be working with reishi for like a week or two, and so you're basically gonna be eating not your gut biome. Everything's gonna be in your body is so simple, so perfectly simple. No complex energy, nothing can be misread, and we're just gonna load you up with reishi, and you're gonna basically be in communion and developing the structures for communication with the spirit of reishi. And it would work the same way for, like, don't demonize it, the spirit of coca, where it's like you're gonna do the same thing. You're gonna isolate yourself, and you're gonna chew like a bunch of coca leaves, or to a certain degree, where you're going to listen and hear what this plant spirit has to offer you. When you work with ayahuasca shamanism, it's going to be or shamanism in general, it's going to be for the express purpose of like healing, right? Otherwise you're just doing drugs in the forest, right? But yeah, I guess I did just spit it out. It didn't make the video. I just yelled it out because I felt like it was worth mentioning, in contrast to what you were saying too. The more extreme ways of so I'm not sure I would necessarily call that shadow work, although that's definitely going to get brought up, and I think that pairs really well with what the author was talking about, with like a certain level of spiritual and personal development, whether it be with morals, with ethics, with your locus of control and actionability and your character, right?
Yeah, I feel like I started going through my own way of communing with plants,
Mm-hmm.
in an isolated way, because I am, and this is not something that I thought of at all. It's something that I found in one of the books that I have, where you can sleep with different herbs and botanicals in your pillow.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that this is going to sound crazy, but I mean, I am psychic and I do sound crazy to a lot of people anyway, so I'm just going to say it. I feel like these things are talking to me
Mm-hmm.
right before I wake up. And it's like they're not saying anything crazy. It's almost like one of the messages was like, remember who you are. And it's just like, okay. It's like little oracle messages, really.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have those experiences when I'm not putting that stuff in my pillow.
Yeah, I would definitely
So
call
there's
that
always been a way to do it.
working with plant spirits, right? And yeah, it's good that you bring that up too, because we really don't have. What I'm talking about is a little bit more inaccessible to the Western world, right? Especially when
Yeah.
you're not being guided by professionals, you know.
Right. And I mean, I will put out there that one of my stronger psychic muscles is clairaudience. So like listening to energy, is the best way to put it. And like somewhere it becomes words, right? But
Mhm.
they're not inside my head. They're clearly outside in
All
around
right,
me.
well, it finally happened, guys. She outed herself as a schizophrenic, and we cannot take anything she says seriously for the rest of her life.
um, honestly, like my mediumship teacher, she said, the difference between a schizophrenic and a psychic medium is that the schizophrenic person um, has no control of themselves and therefore is completely puppeted by the spirit surrounding them, whereas like a psychic medium is very in control of their own body, their energetic bodies, and can tell the difference between what is you and what is something outside of you.
Yeah, schizophrenia is a very interesting topic. Very, very controversial, and it took me years to be able to mince my words the right way to kind of have like to be able to speak on it. But yeah, you pretty much said it pretty well, because like when I would say the uninitiated mind reads like meme phrases like the mystic swims with delight in the same water that the psychotic drowns in. Um, I would say to talk on this, like with schizophrenia, um, I think what it does best is say that there's something here, and there's this huge swath of reality, which is like occult science, that we don't understand, that we haven't dissected. You know, the church has scared us away from, that academia tells us isn't here because it doesn't, because it operates within the realm of the infinite, which is something that physics like literally cannot comprehend. Physics cannot, like, physics' whole thing is that if you're getting infinity in an equation, you're working with this wrong. And then you have this whole pocket of reality that says, yeah, I work exclusively with the infinite. So you can't study me the same way you can study the certain aspects of the world. And that's where we're at right now, the modern world of AI and phones and computers and all the age of information. Like that's where we're at. That's where we're at. So I think for a lot of people it says like this is so relevant. Like there are people suffering with schizophrenia where if this occult science stuff actually got developed and properly mapped out, we could be helping people, right? Like we could be helping people with their illness. And that's not necessarily always going to be a type of initiation for the schizophrenic because you're psychotic and you're going through a very scary experience. A lot of what schizophrenia needs to be treated with is, in my opinion, is like grounding people down. Like when we read the book Psychic Self-Defense by Dion Fortune, that's the ASLEF 900 magical defense for sure. Is like I feel like I'm being psychically attacked right now, or I feel like I feel like I'm having all these problems of negative energy. Let me go do like the American Western thing and do something like completely grounded in the material world, so far away from like isolating yourself in the jungle working with plant spirits, right? Like let me go to Walmart and like talk to the cashier or something. I don't know, like something super regular. But
Yeah,
that's
100%.
yeah.
I would say the hardest part about like a psychotic moment or like schizophrenia is that nobody can validate what you're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
So you feel extremely isolated in a very scary situation.
I'll say that too. I know. I know. I would classify them as a. I would. Joey Michael Jackson. I'm not gonna say where I'm from, but if you know Joey Michael Jackson, like a local legend, right? Absolutely schizophrenic or something going on, but he's not like the scariest kind of schizophrenic. You know what I mean? But he's definitely like if you talk to him, like there's like like what is going on in your head, right? There's a man who lives in your left eye and a UFO, and then like a man or like two triangles that live in your like what are you talking about? And I feel like it's something that like people more mystically inclined. I know this got mentioned in the book Alchemy by Marie Louis von Franz or however you pronounce it. Like if you're more mystically oriented, sometimes you feel like you can understand what schizophrenics are talking about to some degree because you've developed like the intellectual boundaries and hygiene of knowing when to split between like yes, like meat computer logical brain and like how to discern like occult stuff better, right? When you talk about like the isolation of schizophrenia, right? I don't know if you've had that experience too, where it's like you almost feel like you understand what a schizophrenic is kind of like saying almost, or there's some degree of truth to it, and they're like lost, right?
Yeah, I would say that for me, my experience was I have a hunch, I had a vision, I had a dream about something being done, and then going to the guilty party and saying, hey, I had this weird dream that you were doing this, or that this person was doing that, or that this situation's going on. And it resonates for the guilty party while I'm still trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And the guilty party says, what a wild imagination you have. And then going like, oh my god, is she onto me?
Yeah,
So,
I don't know.
I don't know if you were. This is what I wanted to say also before I went into the last thing I said. That I don't know if you read it when I first shared it many years ago, but there's an article about a shaman visiting.
Oh, yeah, the same thing popped in my head. Yep.
Yeah, the mental hospital, and then like his impressions of what's actually happening. And he said a lot of these people are being initiated and they don't even know.
Yeah, or like there like the one thing that was really horrifying and like what really scares me with like mental health, like there's the AMA from the ayahuasca shaman that's like really good that I'm making an audiobook of on the channel right now, doing a read through. Wait, I just completely like whatever just went through me. I just completely forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, okay. So when you take like a pill or something, like all the psychologists, like since there's no understanding of spiritual reality in the academic world or in the world of psychology, it's like the whole idea with like SSRIs too. Like SSRIs, like I had one of my fraternity brothers who was like majoring in like bioengineering or like graduated from bioengineering. And the way that SSRIs works makes sense. It really does. It's like this chemical is absolutely like irrefutably associated with or like the lack of this chemical associated with depression. And if we supplement it somehow, right, like the depression goes away to a certain degree. But then there's this world that's like, you need to work with plant spirits, not synthetic man-made chemicals. Not that that's impossible, or it's not that that's like a world that can't be accessed. In my opinion, it's just that we're not there yet. We don't have the understanding, the spiritual understanding to work with our biochemistry to that high degree of a level to create a synthetic chemical, to create to fix a chemical imbalance. Being like is fixing a chemical imbalance, like being a flawed perspective, is pretty popular and trendy nowadays. Not because like of counterculture or anything, but because so many people have been misled that this will heal you, this will fix you, this will solve your ailment and disease, and it doesn't, or it does for a while, and there's all these side effects. And one of the, like, what, looping this back to the article, like in the article, the shaman says like these people are taking antipsychotics, and you know the seer, the shaman who has spiritual sight, says there are spirits that like are like trying to like pull this stuff out of you now. And like what's manifesting in the material world is like there's this person screaming, you know, freaking out because they're going through so much pain and discomfort. Because there's like a spirit trying to get the stuff out of you, and then there's like the dumb human who can't see this stuff or is completely oblivious to it. The Western world saying like, like, you know what your solution is? More a quote unquote medicine, where it's not really medicine. It's just like the best we can do. Like I don't know. But like the illusion that these things will make you better, even though we don't understand like why or how it works. And then the shaman goes like saying they had to leave because it was so disturbing. There's a huge commentary here just about like the ignorance of the Western world, and how like completely objective, like verifiably, like provable, like not even like I'd say reincarnation, stuff like that. There's always going to be some degree of faith within the spiritual stuff, but there's also a degree of this stuff that's like you swear to God, like it's like provably there. You can develop these faculties, you can do X, you can do Y, and get this result. And we just don't see it, like in the Western world. And there are still people suffering. There's still so much like illness and ailments that you know, people are experiencing because these things haven't been developed, right? This just kind of highlighting how actually important like occult science is, again, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still, if you haven't heard me say it yet, I'm still in the thinking that science will only advance, like truly, really advance, when it merges with occult science, not with more technology.
I'm so excited because I get so many like little visions and like little spirits like just like kind of seeding ideas in my head about like the internet and the intersection between the internet and spirituality, and like VR and like Web3 and like impermanence and like the digital realm. It's actually like it's insane, and it's like the thing that I feel is like really lacking is exactly what you're talking about. It's the occult science, it's the spiritual perspective that's missing, the secular spiritual perspective, you know, the objective truth that's like, you know, it's like saying 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. It's like, well, you're a moron, you don't know anything, you don't know anything for these reasons. That's really missing from the modern world, right? And like, you should not be in a position of power, or you do not have the authority to say, you know, it's like the very, very childish things that we all hate to see. You hate to grow up to see in the world, right? It's like people in power being closed-minded and hurting other people, right? Making uninformed decisions or unenlightened decisions.
Yeah, they're just based on personal goals instead of actually being of public service.
Yeah, being a doctor because it makes you a shit ton of money, and not because you're happy to help people.
Right. I mean, both the realities can exist, right? But
100%. But there's a darkness there with like pill pushers that we see or that we know, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
with
And I
doing the
mean,
bare minimum
like,
of your job. And I guess that's more of like a personal failing, but it's scary to see that like there's not, I don't know, see that stuff slip through the cracks, right?
yeah. And I mean, I'm gonna suggest that, if you want to see like a good portrayal of that on TV, to check out Painkiller. I think it's on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
Because like when the doctors started pushing back on Oxy, they're like, don't listen to that doctor. Get the hot sales rep. To
Yeah.
like work on the other.
Yeah, there's also a degree of like, if you listen to me, I'm basically gonna loop stuff back to like Lucifer to a certain extent. You know what I mean? Like the oxy pushing and stuff like that, and like one family profiting off it, or like some kind of conspiracy about money or power, or yeah, pretty much abusing positions of power. But there's also an element which is like I consider like a failing of like humanity, even if you don't necessarily believe in that stuff. Or humanity needing to take a step in a direction that it, has felt uncomfortable with in the past.
Yeah. So should we start closing out the session?
Yeah. Let's do that. I kind of didn't realize how fast time was passing. I'm gonna kind of read through my notes and let's close it out. And if we have any closing comments to say here. So we did talk about pretty much everything I highlighted, everything I thought was interesting in the chapter. Okay, so yeah, I'll just go through everything here that I didn't get talked about. Because I actually did have a lot of notes for the first 10 or so pages of this chapter, like a crazy amount. I'm definitely gonna go back to this chapter in the future too. Yeah, law of one unmanifested self is a very essential concept for the you that, like, for the spiritually developed, transcended you that both exists and doesn't exist yet, which is like a whole body of study, and it's one of the more interesting ideas, and it's a very grounded idea that gets brought up through the law of one and through like spiritual thinking in general. Yeah, the creating yourself is a clear channel in order to discern the expressions of higher worlds. The author talks a lot about the nature of the mind-body-spirit complex, especially of mind and spirit. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I thought the way he talked about it was boring. I have a good quote here. What the soul at the beginning cannot achieve in the waking state on account of the disturbances of the physical world is possible in the state of sleep. Whoever surrenders to meditation will, by proper attention, become aware of something in sleep. We didn't really go on the train of thought, but like we kind of did, but like meditation and sleep, and dreaming and waking is like a whole. I feel like it's very part and parcel with the occult science stuff. And there's a direction that's in my mind that I want to take these discussions that I literally just do not have big enough of a brain right now to do. So probably gonna have to either read more or like it'll just come to me. It'll come to me in a vision one day. It'll be like, aha, equals MC squared. Yeah. Trade.
That was funny.
What's up?
That was funny.
Uh,
Because it does,
because it totally did. It just came to Einstein in a mystical vision.
Right.
Training your focus in meditation has the effect of opening your awareness to memories that would have otherwise been forgotten during sleep. I think that's probably the kind of the kernel, or like because what I feel like what I'm talking about is like more incredible, but that's definitely kind of like the takeaway from what I was like when I was just trying to get words out earlier or struggling. Spiritual awareness, discernment. This is also huge and also very relevant when we talk about like schizophrenic psychosis versus like Annie being like a psychic medium, for example. This like develop spiritual awareness, discernment is the faculty that allows one to differentiate between imagination and reality, and fear and loving vibrations as well. Well, that's like a whole thing that to be developed. Meditation is the means of gathering knowledge from higher worlds. This is important. We didn't talk about this actually. These two concepts right here, they might get brought up again in the book too. Knowledge that rests upon sense perception and upon the working over of sense perceptions through the intellect bound to the senses may be called, in the sense of spiritual science, objective cognition. So that's more like sense cognition. And this is in contrast to imaginative cognition. Imaginative cognition is to be conceived as something coming into existence. I'm quoting the book, by the way. Through a supersensible state of consciousness of the soul. What is perceived in this state are spiritual facts and being to which the senses have no access. And that was also very, very, very much the train I was on earlier when I was talking about very subtle imaginative cognitions that I've cognized that are completely aside from sense or objective cognition, as the author calls it, that are like incredible. Like, I'm going to personally explore and chase these things, and I'm sure other people would too, if they had those experiences, right? It's not something you can put down. But yeah, that's pretty much what I had. I think that was like probably the most important. I'm glad that my notes actually kind of like those are good notes then, if they kind of helped with what I was trying to talk about here.
I don't really have anything else to add. I mean, I could say more things, but I think that's all right.
Yeah, I think we've talked for like an hour and 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. It was weird OCW's not here, because I feel like we talk to each other, like, just like back and forth, and we're like fighting for like space, and then like OCW's like kind of like grounds us out a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
This might be a shorter book club too. There's definitely quite a bit of interesting stuff that got brought up, but OCW's not here. She's busy hustling, getting a real job. Lame, I know. And then my notes, I kind of like read these chapters like twice. I read them like when there was something going on, and there wasn't too much reading, and so I read it again, and it like I read it pretty quickly too. I think I had to like gain some IQ points reading this book, because I feel like I couldn't like skim a paragraph very well, but I can skim a paragraph pretty well now and like see if there's anything interesting for me or not there. I gotta like I have to like make the book Twitter, and it's it took a little bit of effort, or it's stimulating his Twitter, I should say.
I totally missed that reference.
I'm just dumb. I'm actually just dumb, and it took me a little bit to get into these chapters. So like I've kind of read over everything twice, so I feel like I kind of picked up on everything, and I've made all my connections. And like the thing is, like I feel like I could hold everything in my head, which is not because I'm like super smart big brain. It's because like I didn't feel like there's like a million things to talk about, but there's definitely good stuff in this chapter too. I think it's like half good stuff, half like the author just like monologuing about whatever, you know. I think this book is really good, but it could absolutely be like half its length, right? I think we've talked about that too.
Yeah, I think it's just we might as well stop complaining about it because we understand that it's the way people used to write.
Yeah, it's boring.
It's just the style, yeah.
So I feel like the one of the ethos of this like the chapter, the parts we're reading, and the book as well, was I'll read the quote here. We are not able to carry on research in the higher worlds without trading, nor can we make observations in that world. Yet without higher trading, we are able to understand the descriptions of spiritual researchers. And if someone asks, how can I accept in good faith what these researchers say, since I am unable to perceive the spiritual world myself, which basically means, it's like you gotta smoke the DMT yourself to see it and believe it, right? You can't just necessarily trust what everyone else says, but it's also trusting what everyone else says, which kind of like conglomerates our perceptions of this of the spiritual world and then tests our personal faith with them. Like I think everyone knows what chakras are. I think everyone's loosely familiar with karma, and it's really hard to not be somewhat aware of a lot of like the key central spiritual ideas, um, or like the more germinal stuff to work with. It's like in the age of information, it's kind of hard to have that fly over your head, right?
To a degree, I also think that because you and I both have been initiated through Reiki,
Mm-hmm.
that during that, 21-day chakra detox that you go after and you do self-healing, that was developing our astral body chakras. And so we kind of got pushed into it, not knowing what was going to happen.
Yeah, I guess I had a pretty different experience, right? Like my Reiki thing was more like I found out about the raw material and I lived in a pretty big city at the time, so it was pretty easy to find like spiritual healers near me, and I kind of got interested in that way. I took like the Reiki certification. Like one of the big reasons like I am where I am now and like working more with the YouTube channel with like intellectual stuff was because like they're really like it really should be clear what it is that you're working with and how to get like the desired effects of what you want, because that was not what I got from like my Reiki certification. I feel like I've kind of slowly increment like I feel like I've gone a lot farther acting from my intuition with cleanses, and like I would say like my bigger cleanse was like doing it like recently, like 3 or 4 or 5 years later, with I juice vegetables, like just like raw vegetables and cilantro and ginger and turmeric, and I take my supplement stack, and I would consider that like much more a phase of my personal cleansing, and I've kind of went a little in a different direction there, but
Yeah, like you went to the chakras that are responsible for the physical body, but the Reiki initiation helps with the chakras of the astral body, which is, I think, partly like what helps you navigate a lot of this text and your meditations and all your spiritual practices, whether you're conscious of it or not.
yeah, one thing that you say that too, and kind of what I'm piecing together, because there really is the, as I said it in like my other YouTube videos, like the time space differential, or like the complex relationship between spirit and matter. I got a lot of really good inspiration from this chapter, even though I thought like there was definitely some, like I got a lot of stuff like inspiration of like Jung and like some of the alchemical texts, and like the Franz Barden stuff, the initiation to Hermetic stuff was coming up too, with a lot of the imaginative stuff, but like I kind of like to look at like the physical stuff too, as you purify or cleanse your physical body to a degree to where you can really um to where your imagination has like a lot more power and control, right? Like I feel like that's like the purpose of like the physical purification, right? um I know I've seen it like mentioned too, like meditating on like a lot of caffeine. It's like not ideal, right? If you're trying to get into like raise your awareness to these levels of subtle energy, you're going to be working with that because that's like your intention, right? When in a meditation, but you're going to be more unconscious of what you're working with, because like the physical world is demanding your energy, right?
Yes. Yeah, caffeine brings your energy down. Like it's more grounding, I would say. So if you're trying to explore a higher world and you're jacked up on caffeine,
Stimulants, yeah.
yeah, you're gonna be here more than wherever else your energy body is going to want to take you.
Yeah, because that was something
right?
that
It's kind of like trying to take off with a weight.
yeah, 100%, 100%. It's like you're trying to trying to fly. If you ever had like a lucid dream, or that like imaginative sense of flying, I feel like it's pretty relevant. Yeah, it's like it's definitely like you've got weights on you. There's something weighing you down. Um,
Yeah.
so that's I think that's where a lot of the physical stuff comes into play for me, where it's but like your imagination is like entirely what you're working with as well, which is cool, which is very interesting. I think it's very relevant to say that like the material world of like scientific facts and causalities, and then we have like the mystery right here, which is like our imaginative world. The more we say like children are closer to source consciousness, closer to God. Children are also much more in tune with their imagination as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, creativity is definitely a part of your intuitive spirit.
100%. Because I've been
So
trying.
I would say, yeah,
No, you go first. I didn't. Yeah.
I would say that this part of the chapter makes me want to now go back to chapter 4 and read the whole thing about the evolutions through the different planets, because as you were saying earlier, he's saying like, well, you can trust us, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can just like blindly trust what we're saying, but if you want to explore it yourself and you want to know if what we're saying is true or not, you're going to have to learn how to explore yourself, right? And so the example that he gives with like learning how to read the alphabet,
Yep.
and what each letter combination means is like just took me back to when reading was a luxury in the physical world, and only like royalty knew how to read,
Yep.
and everybody else had to meet in the center of the town square to hear the news because nobody could read.
That was Twitter
And
back
they
in the
had
day.
to, yeah, and they had to like trust that what they were being told was true,
Yeah, I think that's one thing to always emphasize too is like just like how fast things have accelerated. And people, I don't know, people like to say like a lot of these like occult authors just because they have the esteem, they have the clout. They take them as a gospel a little too much, I think, and don't always parse where these ideas have evolved. Like I was getting like this chapter really made me want to read like Jung's like archetypes in the is it archetypes in the collective unconscious? Hold on, I have it on my shelf.
You know more than I do on that topic.
There hold on. Yes, yeah, okay. There's also another collective unconscious. It's yeah, the archetypes in the collective unconscious. Now if it's like the 1930s, 1950s, archetypes were what would you have? You had like Jung talks a lot because it's a lot about like symbolism in your dreams, and there's a huge aspect of what's being talked about in these chapters, and the author doesn't necessarily make heavy parallels to it, but the whole idea of the material world is a shell in which we can like discern um what would you call it, like the imaginative, I'm like learning how to speak, imaginative aspects of like any kind of symbolic process, whether that's something like completely fantastical, whether that's something like we can kind of discern with like astronomy nowadays, not astrology, like actual astronomy and our knowledge of the universe and how it functions, whether that's like the author says, like a plant dying, like that's a language which we're learning, and that was very much the ethos. I think I've talked about this in previous book clubs too. What I got or what I really picked up from my my ventures into like the dream interpretation stuff, especially from Jung. But the archetypes, that's definitely very, very relevant. Or when the way the author's going about this with the basically like a magical visualization, right? Some kind of like alchemical, shift in consciousness to achieve some desirable goal, right? I kind of am like blanking on what that would be. Probably more like Buddhist, like this is suffering, this is how to transcend it. Um, using your imagination, right? That's like I would pretty much call that like the kernels of like Buddhist thought that you want to be working with. Very simple, right? But like archetypes nowadays are gonna be a lot different with like Twitter and like YouTube and like anyone can make like an animation. Anyone can make a story. Anyone can make a movie. There's never been an easier time in history than to work with archetypes in any kind of creative fashion, right? So I guess this stuff just like changes so quick. We really are like shifting into a new world here, right?
I mean, you mean a new world regarding archetypes?
I mean, just like in general. I mean, the world's just changing so fast, and I think a lot of people, if like you're gonna be like, how's the world changing? It's like, oh, there might be more or less war. Um, and then obviously people are gonna talk about like technology, like the internet, like computers and video games and social media and AI and robots. So a lot of the occult or spiritual developments that have happened, or developments that are relevant towards like more occult and spiritual stuff, often get overlooked. I think by everybody, but I think there's also like I'd love to see more people kind of making these connections, and then like watching how these ideas that are pretty central and like relevant to like the Western world's like total exploration into anything occult, anything spiritual, and how it evolves into the world from 100 years ago into the world now, because those are very different worlds. Like just internet technology, consciousness wise, it's actually insane, right?
Yeah.
I would like to talk more about like the archetype stuff too. I actually don't know much about it. I tried picking it up, and it's like I don't think it'd be a book for book club, like genuinely. I thought it was a little too dense unless everyone was like very, very committed to reading it.
No, I mean, from what I understand, the archetypes are just like the different roles that you can play in your life. Like we have, like, I'm just talking from knowing that the deck based on his archetypes exist and some of the ones that are there, um like when we're born into our family, like our family gives us a role, or we choose a role based on what we observe. And like, okay, this person is the provider, this person is the drama maker, this person is the attention seeker, this person is the, it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know that those are not the titles of the archetypes, but I'm saying like,
Yeah, the attention seeker.
there,
Yeah, that's like
there are definite roles. And then when you go to school, in your classroom, you have a role. When you go to work, you have a role. It's not just the title that you embody, it's like your energy.
I guess I'm coming at it with like I'll try to put it into words, because I'm just coming at it from like the perspective of like I have like a bigger mystery to dig into here, which is
Okay.
very, very much how do the physical world and the imaginative world talk to each other. There is some really good, hopefully I have it, I didn't highlight stuff, I copy and pasted it into my notes. Yeah, he knows that behind imaginative perception stand soul and spiritual things and processes, just as behind physical perceptions stand material physical beings and facts. I really like that. I really feel like archetypes are a way to bring that kind of bridge the material world definitely like I know it's pretty popular with like Alex and Allison Gray, like the light language concept that definitely gets brought up when the author talks about reading like an occult script, or like when he talked about the alphabet earlier. I know that part stuck out to you too.
Yeah.
But that's also how I
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm curious what the next chapters are gonna say, and like how that occult script is going to show up in this book.
I'll say one thing too with the occult script. I know me personally, like I think I talked about it either to you guys whenever, or I guess OCW's not here, or just I feel like it was in this book club. But like when I get like Akashic reads as someone who hasn't like, who is like very spiritually focused in a way, but I just kind of leave it like a back burner, and I have like a lot of knowledge, and when stuff shows up, it shows up. But in terms of like really disciplining myself to get some of these faculties, you know, I don't necessarily put like a ton of effort or like high focus intensity work in to develop a lot of these skills. So the way that getting reads off of like illumination, or you know, reading an Akashic record, it very much is like reading it's like a light bulb goes off over my head, or it's like I'm reading a book, like every time for sure. I would say it's like those are the most common manifestations of like you know, illumination, right? Manifesting for me personally.
Okay. I mean, I don't believe that I've ever attempted to read an Akashic records
Well,
or record.
You do. I mean, I think because that's what I'm saying. Like I've never gone down and disciplined and been like, I'm gonna learn how to read the Akashic records. I'm gonna like lift my imagination up. You know, we're gonna be this far in the meditative journey, and then we're gonna get here, and then we're gonna work towards this. You know, which is what I've pieced together in like the age of information. I'm trying to get that information out there on the YouTube channel as well. But like I'm kind of like a fitness instructor that just like reads books all day and like smokes cigarettes. Like
Yes.
So that's kind of just me.
Yeah.
But I feel like
Yeah,
I feel like we read the Akashic like unconsciously all the like if you call yourself a psychic medium, you read the Akashic all the time. Maybe you just wouldn't call it that, you know, or wouldn't be necessarily parsing it like that's exactly what you're doing, but that's where the information comes from, I think is the idea.
yeah, maybe. So like I'm the opposite of you, right? In that the last 10 years I've kind of neglected my physical body, and I focused solely on my astral and mental bodies.
Mm-hmm.
And everything that I explored was like up over there. But I explored it to get to know myself and to understand what the F was going on in my life, because everything was so messed up and nobody could give me answers and nobody could help me. And it was just like, you got to do it yourself.
Yeah.
You know? And it's only now that in the last, I'm going to say, two and a half, I'll give it most 3 years, where I've explored enough and I'm being brought back to take care of my body, my physical body, and to exercise and to feed myself better so that I can continue to explore later. It's almost like I'm coming back down for air
Mm-hmm.
so that my body doesn't die and I go completely just like off, you know?
Yeah, staying grounded so you can better integrate your
Yes.
spiritual.
Everything that I've explored. Right?
That's really good too, because that's like I would call that one of the worst issues that plague the spiritual community, or like just being like completely ungrounded. You know what I mean? And I think like what's I hate to say it, it's like less important of how it affects ourselves. It's more important about like the impressions like we give other people. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, that's the spiritual stuff, like ignoring your body and then like just kind of dreaming. You know what I mean? Like that's, you know, kind of turning me off from this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Or like
Yeah, because it's like it's so different from how other people live their life that they can't
especially in
even
America.
connect to you.
Yeah, especially in
Yeah,
America.
especially in America.
Like it's
Yeah.
it's pretty bad here trying to live like a spiritually focused life when the entire world revolves around getting money. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Just
Or
social services suck,
yeah.
you know. Like it's a really big issue.
Mhm. There's another part in the book. Oh, and so in part 3 of chapter 5, he's basically talking about how important it is that as you develop, you have to check in with, you know, make sure that your morality is being checked. Because in order to see things clearly on the other side, right? If you are morally corrupted, you will go into that self-deception of like what you see on the other side. And I've definitely seen that in others.
I see it, Annie, like really bad.
And I've definitely experienced like my morality having to get stronger and firmer as I keep going, and noticing the quality of my channelings. Like things that I like there's it changes. It's like going from like 720 to HD, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I thought that I was seeing this, or from 480 to, you know, to HD. I thought I was seeing this, but really, this is what it is, you know?
I would call that one of the weird like mystical aspects of consciousness too, because in the new video that I'm making, like the big, like this is like the occult science video for the raw material breakdown video, just so I have it out of the way. One of the things I talk about is like how weird consciousness is, or like how we don't have, I shouldn't say that, how we don't have any empiric understanding of consciousness, which is not only very relevant to where we're at, like scientifically, if we had like a knowledge of consciousness, right, like we would be in a different world, you know, we'd be living in like fourth density consciousness, sure, because science is just so advanced, right, it's so developed and advanced, and if you had, there's money in science, so if you had the intelligence that's attracted to that money, you know, not out of like greed necessarily, but out of like necessity, right? That's just the way the world is. If you had that intelligence like shine on the spiritual stuff more and more often, it's just so underdeveloped compared to a lot of the rest of the world. In my personal opinion. But what I was talking about with it's like like consciousness being such a funny word, because we'll talk about like exploring consciousness, and one of the ways to better explore consciousness is to be like a more conscious person, to be like a more you know, positively polarized, like loving person, right? Which is strange that like one word like kind of encompasses that much, because it kind of like it's a word that depicts like your eternal soul, like the fact that you're, you know, and like technically like an imaginative being, you know, possessing or identifying with a body, right? You're quarantined to your body for the time being, right? Until when you live and die, and also refers to like morality, right? It's weird, and like also like exploring consciousness. You know what I mean? It's weird that it's like what that word indicates in every single one of its aspects is like very, very relevant. to what we're working with as a whole, and it kind of is a huge scientific mystery about consciousness, but just like the nature of the word and all of its manifestations and aspects tells us so much about what it is exactly that we're working with, like the morality getting being a more moral person, making you get better reads from the Akashic, or better intuitions and interpretations from the Akashic, or from the astral, is like insane. It's like that's so strange, right? That it's like a weird coincidence almost.
Well, I'll say it like this, right? Hold on, let me. Where do I want to? Because I was gonna start in the middle of the idea, and I'm like, wait, I gotta preface that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like attracts like, right? And like as a basis, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I will say that when I had weaker moral values, I was more surrounded by the types of entities who had the same qualities, okay? And when I was challenged to raise my own standards and to quote unquote clean up my life, and to continue to clean up my life, because it kind of comes in stages, right? It comes in pieces. You don't go like from like black to white,
Yeah.
in one step. It's like shades of gray, not the movie, just saying like the idea. As I've done that, and as I have stuck to it, I am less surrounded by the beings that I used to be surrounded by, and I'm more surrounded by higher beings, that I am just still.
Are you talking about like astral entities or like people?
No, I'm talking about like the archangels.
Archangels,
and
okay.
yeah, and like spirits on that dimension. And I'm just like, to me, I'm still exploring it, and I'm just still like, wait, who are you? It's like, how did I get here? And then I look at all the cleaning up that I've been doing, including sobriety,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just like, okay, well, I guess it makes sense, And I even, when I go into places that have the beings that I used to hang out around with, they almost can't stand me, right? And so, I'll like repel people,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't even feel like rejection. It feels like, yeah, let's just agree that we are embodying two different types of energies, and like magnets, we are just repelling each other.
And it's like good. It's like if you
Uh,
wanna like commit
it's
crime and like
balanced.
sit in your like negative and like keep creating within like a quote unquote like negative vibration, right? It's like it's a
Yeah.
good thing our energies aren't attracted to each other, right? It's like I don't want to like
Yeah.
I'm very happy to be living where I am now and not in like a like one of the most crime ridden cities in like the US, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting to experience that repulsion without taking it as a personal rejection.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you're just an observer. You're like the neutral observer. You're like, okay, I can see why that happened. I don't know you. Like, we're just riding the bus together, but
You're giving me bad
I get
vibes. Yeah.
it. Yeah. Or like, the light's a little too bright over here, so like you need to sit over there.
Yeah. And I feel like also like I guess this is like the occult science book. I feel like it's very relevant to say that like this is a discussion we normally have, but in, like the preface of this book, it's like these are like the actual these are like the spiritual causalities as to how things manifest in the physical world. Um,
Mhm.
which is like that's like it's a imaginative causality, right? So there's some kind of vibratory pressure, right, that literally creates some kind of manifestation in the physical world, which is like which in this instance is being like, oh shit, like let me get away from that person, right? But the idea is like that's actually a spiritual causality, like intersecting the material plane, which is kind of where the holes in our brain are currently. Kind of
Yes.
tangential to that too. Like the big thing in this chapter was like the chakras and developing the chakras, like the energy centers or the lotus flowers are like the spiritual organs. I feel like you would have the most to say about that. I know the raw materials like very much does the same thing, or like that's why I said like earlier, like chakras, energy centers are like huge, you know.
Yeah. 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 When the author is talking about lotus flowers, he is referring to the chakras. And I believe like specifically in the higher bodies. Right?
Yeah, he says these are like completely imaginative, which is super relevant because that's what I would call them. That's how I understand them as well. Is like they can be understood in like a completely imaginative sense too, which is an idea I'm still kind of workshopping, but like they're kind of just like super like effective tools to work with. So it's like if you want to understand like your stability, your foundation, right, in life or like in a pursuit, like this is like an engineering thing. Like if you're in the engineering business, you might do something called a root cause analysis, right, where you kind of understand the foundation of what it is exactly that you're working with, and that cascades into what you're going to be developing, or like that's kind of like going to be a background for what you work with in the future here. And that's a completely imaginative tool, and like you're basically working with, like you're basically creating like a root chakra, and like in the realm of thought, you're working with thought form. In the normal world, that's a super people get paid to do that, right? And it's just something that exists, and it's something they're kind of unaware of how the spiritual imaginative realms of thought have been already are already intersecting their lives. I think that's like the most exciting applications of this stuff, and the most relevant is like, where is this stuff like already in our world? Like where is it already? Like I'm just not aware of it, or I'm just not like looking at it that way, right?
Right. And I am like, when somebody's talking to me in I have a problem and they're talking about their problem, I can't help but to connect all of it. Just as a healer, like if you were an engineer and you were just used to doing that root cause analysis, I am doing the same thing when you're talking to me about your problems, and I'm just like, well, that you can just do this. And people sometimes appreciate it, sometimes they don't, because they don't always want an answer. Sometimes they just want to be heard.
Yeah,
right?
that's a whole. Are you venting, or do you? That's definitely like a
Yeah.
like a um like I feel like that's like archetypically like a man hears like a woman talk about something, and then they get pissed off because the guy just like man mind just wants to keep offering solutions when the girl just wants to vent.
Yeah. And it's like, well, you know what I do, and my capabilities, so like, is that why you're trying to talk to me, or is it just because I'm so nice and so patient and so kind and so like,
Yeah.
But in any case, I think that the way that he says, or the way that he's using the phrase imaginatively, means that you're not going to find your chakras in your physical body, you know? So like you're not going to find them.
Yeah,
they're there, but they're not. They're just made out of energy.
any kind of like experiment in that sense, and I think it's I haven't put too much thought into it, but like what you would be doing is like you'd be working with what I mentioned earlier with like the, oh, this person has bad vibes, and that like hits my aura in a way, you know what I mean, and that sends a signal to my brain. I think I've talked about, if I had a guess, like it's like your nervous system connecting to like an electromagnetic field is you know, is probably where like thought and chakras actually intersect the material plane. Because I think it's like not completely out of the question as to where like imagination and thought, specifically thought being like the big thing that we're working with, and thinking comes from in the material plane, right? If it's in a completely separate plane, where do those two planes intersect? How do they talk to each other, right? And that's really like a big heart of the mystery with the occult science stuff. I'd say it's definitely one of the most relevant things in the year 2024 too, right? I'm sure like the military already has this stuff figured out behind some behind closed doors, but it's kind of eluded a lot of you know, public awareness. I guess there's not. Well, I guess something too would be like probably another good example of a physical manifestation of this stuff would be probably the two that I'm thinking of. It's definitely like monk mode stuff. So like Buddhist monks with the towels on their back and like the freezing cold weather, and like they heat up and they start steaming, or like any of the other like the brainwave reads with all the EEGs and stuff we have too. Those are good working examples. I guess the raw material as well, just like with how impressive it is, like in its totality. Those are good examples of imaginative manifestations that are like recorded in the physical world, right? There's something going on in this invisible world, and it's absolutely, definitely, you know, making a manifestation in the physical world, and it's like identifiable as the agent that creates that causality, right? It is the domino that hits the other dominoes, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah. And like if we go to the beginning of the book, we're talking about a feedback loop where when you're awake, the physical world is making impressions upon you. And when you go to sleep, the spiritual world is making impressions upon you. And it's like this continuous loop, you know, of like feedback going from one side to the other.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And it's just like at like the level of like intelligence like the world is at, it's like you would just expect this stuff to have gone farther. You know what I mean? It's like I feel like if I wanted to read about occult science, like I should be able to go to college and get my major in this stuff. That's not true. Like you get a major in psychology. If I that's or like I and like the next closest thing would be like going to like getting a degree in like theology, which is like, you know, for me it's like I feel like that stuff is just so, it's just so distorted from the truth, and like what you would actually want to be focusing on in like the most intelligent way possible. I just feel like this like hasn't properly been fleshed out yet in the modern world, and it's just so strange. I think it probably has to do the most with Christianity having such a stranglehold on the world for so long, and also psychedelics being illegal. If I had to identify like probably two key you know, reasons as to how these conditions could arise, right? It just feels like we should be so much farther, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am gonna say that there are degrees now from like different smaller colleges in these areas. Like specifically if you want to be like a spiritual advisor and stuff like that. My take on higher educational learning is that it just teaches you about red tape and how to navigate red tape,
Mm-hmm.
you know? Like, education for me did not become interesting until I got into a master's degree. And then I was free to read whatever the heck I wanted as long as I was within the realm of the topic of the class, you know? So if we're doing ethical reporting, I choose whatever I want, you know, from that would be kind of related to my major.
Mm-hmm.
Or my topic of interest. And throughout the entire master's degree, you're really just doing research for your thesis. So it's very much catered to what you want to study. My problem is thinking about going into college and then having to go through all the
gen eds,
like through all the gen eds, and then getting into things, late sophomore, early junior year, and now they're telling you you got to read this and you got to read that and it's like, that's not the way the spiritual development happens.
Yeah.
Spiritual development is fed through at your own pace, through your own interest. This is why you and I have, and the other, and OCW and everybody, like, we have different foundations, you know? And here we're coming together to say, okay, let's all read this because it might be good, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like that exercise of like, I would have never picked any of these books, right? But they all serve me because they're talking about things that I would have not thought to look up for myself, you know?
And I think we have very differing perspectives and experiences and personalities with this stuff too. So I think it's very constructive as well. Like I'm just saying, like this theoretically could be happening in like a university class. You know what I mean? But it's just the way the world is, and I guess it's maybe a good thing. It's not, because I don't like I don't like the way school is structured in a lot of ways. But it's just like, this is like not really recognized by society, right? And I would say it's because of Christianity and because of psychedelics being illegal. Like, this stuff is hocus pocus. It's bullshit. There's nothing to it. God isn't real. Like, get fact checked, right? Like, it's just like, no, we're so much farther. We're so much farther. And that's why I love YouTube, is because like I feel like if I can get this stuff out there enough and make it clear to people are interested in this stuff too. It's not like people, like, whenever I talk about this stuff, whether it's like very intelligent people, whether it's just like actual drunks, like what, like people are usually always interested in what I'm talking about. Older people, younger people. So it's just weird that like I don't know, this stuff hasn't been highlighted in this kind of way, or maybe it has, and it's just like, it has been talked about to some extent, but it's in like Christian mystical language, like through a specific period in like the 15th to 16th century. It's just so all over the place, right? It doesn't really exist in its like figured out, seen it from the top like God's eye view, right? Like that doesn't necessarily exist yet at one concentrated location. That's why things like the Law of One are so powerful, just because it groups so many of these occult and spiritual concepts together and works with them in such like a, in its own concentrated language, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So now, since we're on this, I did highlight where it says in the PDF that we have, it's page 162. It says, if someone repeatedly says to himself, I perceive nothing, then in most cases, he has imagined that spiritual perception must take place in this or that manner. And because he does not perceive what he imagines he should, he says, I see nothing. Meaning, you're going into it with an expectation. The exercise does not meet your expectation, and you're like, this doesn't work, right?
Mm-hmm.
And being spiritual is about being open to see what it is that you may perceive, knowing that in the beginning you're probably not going to perceive much of anything, or you're not going to have the sensitivity to know that you're perceiving something.
I would not call that spiritual at all. I'd call that just being open minded, and it has a lot of applications for being spiritual, right? Because obviously, for being spiritual, one of the ideas is you need to be completely open minded at all times in order to properly discern what it is that you're perceiving or communicating with, right?
Yeah, but it's just like the energy can sometimes be so subtle that it's easy to dismiss.
Yep.
And if you're going into it with an expectation, it's like you're putting on blinders.
Yep.
On,
And that's another good aspect of where kind of what I was talking about too. Just like we don't understand the world, like the placebo effect. That's going to be like the biggest. I feel like it's very tangential to what you're talking about too. It's like that's a thing that happens, but it's like how does I think one of like the cleaner takeaways from this discussion, for more like physically focused people, is like how does like imagination like affect my life, right? And I think that's a very grounded way to start thinking and working with this stuff. Like how does imagination affect my world? So like we've talked about like kind of like different methods, more of like magical visualization, and I've talked about more like physical aspects of like healing, like exercise or like healthy eating and or like herbal work in whatever capacity. But there's like another layer to that stuff too, where it's like I'm not just like I'm drinking calendula tea right now because my kidneys are like a little overloaded, right? So it's like I'm not just drinking calendula tea and like crossing my fingers, hoping that it'll get better. There are all of these like other factors in play, like the impressions I have already of calendula, and how it makes me feel, like the actual like memories my body has that are too subtle for me to pay attention to. Like when I drink this tea, like I imagine it like clearing out my kidneys, and not only do I imagine it, I feel like a huge aspect of like the becoming magically proficient is like I can feel like a physical change and sensation, and my body feels better. And it's a coupling, I think, of like both working with the quote unquote correct plant spirit you want to be working with for the job, but also like there's also a degree of your co-creation in that too, where it's like my visioning of what this this beverage, this delicious cup of calendula tea is gonna do to my system, right? Like I feel something imaginative as well, right?
Yeah. I would say that I experienced that with crystal elixirs, right? It's like I go into it with a completely open mind, right? And I would say the first handful of times that I test with one of them, I am just like, okay, let's see what happens. Let's see if I feel any different. Let's see if it, whatever, it's just like, oh, I'm open to receive whatever, it's like and the intention setting comes into like, okay, I read that it can do this, this, and this, and this. Let me, like, I am drinking it for this purpose, okay? And I am completely open-minded to whatever comes out of it, And as you experience that, you're saying, your body creates a memory of what it's like to ingest that and to process it. And that is where you can have the living experience that reinforces the intention, the imagination, when you use it later,
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there's so much to. I feel like there's probably like a whole book we could read about like the placebo effect. in its applications with like anything magical, anything visualization wise, because there's like I don't know, like it's like it's a pretty like it's kind of crazy like how powerful the placebo effect actually is, or how powerful our imagination actually is in any aspects of life. Like there's so much of like the world that is just like creating an illusion, and people just kind of go with it, right? Whether that's
Yeah.
like literal society or like a lot of health stuff. Like I think there's like I think if you felt sick and this is like and you went to the doctor and they just gave you and they're like, oh, this is what's wrong with you. Just take these pills 4 days in a row. This is what they'll do, and you'll feel better, right? And then you go home and you take the pills four days in a row. The pills were sugar, but there is an absolutely already proven, scientifically proven aspect of the placebo. So much so that it's like already integrated with how we study and conduct medical trials. I just there's like two trains of thought that just like crash into each other.
Okay.
But you know, you take those like 4 placebo pills and you feel better. And I would definitely call that. I don't think it's just taking. If you just had the pills in a cabinet, it's almost like going to the doctor and having the doctor say like, "This is what's right for you." You know, it's like, "This is what's right for me," and you just like you just take that, and it makes you feel better. It's like there's so many aspects like that, which I would very much call a lot of the heart of like this the placebo like magical visualization stuff, and like how poorly we understand it, but how much we already work with it outside of, you know, more magically focused things, like already in like the quote unquote like real like official like red taped world, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say that there is a limitation to it, you know, when your body responds in a way that it's like, yeah, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, and
You know?
that's those
Like,
are the questions like you ask. It's like, if this is what it can do for us, how can we get it to do this for us every single time? What are its limitations? You know, and it's those are questions. I'm sure there's some studies on it, but I'm not sure how well we would actually understand that in like totality.
I think it's part of the feedback loop,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because like you can't just like discount what your physical body is telling you, despite all the intentions and all the imagination that you want to put into how something's going to work.
I'll say
Right?
I'll say that too. It's like I feel like that's like really where my journey in like body consciousness has went to, where there's like a degree now where it's like I can't discern anything from society. I can't, like the mental health stuff and the physical health stuff is not at the level to where it can truly help me. And I'm like gonna have to start working with like body consciousness, and like putting my awareness in my body and listening to what my body says to me. Like, this is how my brain feels right now. These are how my kidneys feel. You know, this is how my legs feel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's just so interesting as to where that intersects with, you know, more of the scientific reality, which is like its own imaginatively charged object in its own right. But also with your interpretations on things as well, right? It's really complicated and weird how all of these things like talk to each other, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I wish I had a little bit more to
It's
say,
like
but
it's like a little mystery
yeah, it's
all
like
the time.
it's just I don't know. I just see like these mysteries that have just like they're so unsolved. You know what I mean? Or if they are solved, I wish someone would point me in the right direction up to like writings on it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have to let me know if I already said this earlier at the beginning of the recording, but I do feel like in order for us to continue to read what's coming up in the next pages, we're gonna have to finish chapter 4.
I do not think so.
No,
I think
I
my
think that's
interpretation.
just for me then.
Yeah, if you want to read part 4, and you get something for, I would appreciate it, because like I was not a fan. I'll say that I think my interpretation of part 4 is you got a much better impression of what part 4 was going to say, and its like confusing aspects, reading the when we read the Initiation into Hermetics by Franz Barden. A lot of the working with the elements stuff is how I would read that, because that's supposedly what that's supposed to be. The Saturn, it's supposed to be the ineffable name of God. That word of creation, right?
Yeah. I would say that did help a lot in my frustration. But in order for me, this is the way I feel. In order for me to be able to follow this author and not have to continuously go like, oh, I think he's talking about this, or I think he's talking about that, I'm gonna have to just read the rest of chapter 4 so that I can just get it.
I give it, because I feel like I know what you're talking about now. I feel like I get it, and I feel like I read chapter 4 and I thought chapter 4 was a bunch of bogus. I think you're gonna read chapter 4, and I would be very interested to see if you come to a different conclusion. But part of what made me able to read chapter 4, I felt like, or able to get it, was me realizing what he's talking about, and like accepting the fact that he's like, basically the fact that he's working with variables. I do not like that. That it feels very weird when, especially in like, that's such a centrally relevant occult concept. You know, it's very Kabbalistic, very hermetic, shamanic too, working with the elements, right?
Yeah. I would say that's more of like, I guess because you have that background, whereas like I don't really. Yeah, it's something good to work with. I mean, the Essene Gospel's a piece. It's Christian too, actually, working with the elements. But no, I'm sure any Christian would call that pagan, but well, they took it from somewhere,
which is evil. So, I'll say.
Okay, so did your trains get cleared up?
It wasn't anything too important. I was just talking about like the placebo effect, you know. I was very much on the train of like, this is where the imaginative stuff like kind of really comes into play. And these are some of the more, like, I feel when you get into like karma and reincarnation, and maybe even like the existence of like higher beings, like I feel like that's where you get to some of the more like incredible, like you're kind of gated away from this unless you actually know what you're talking about. Discussions are like in the realm of like occult science, or like verifiable proofs that this stuff is like really here. But in terms of like placebo, like I would call that a more, or like magical visualization even, I would call that in like a lot of its aspects, or simpler aspects, I would call those like very grounded and simple, and people relate to these things and they know about them and they've worked with them. And like pretty much what's going to happen is like, if you talk about like some of the more grounded aspects of like spiritual stuff or imagination intersecting matter, people will be like, oh yeah, I totally already do that. You know, you just like said it in this way and said that it connects to these ideas, but I've never seen that before until now. That happens like every other day. So.
Yeah. It took me forever to admit that I was psychic, because my idea of being psychic was somebody who would just read you your future. And I didn't want the responsibility of telling people about their future. Like, F that. I don't want to tell you what's gonna happen. I could tell you what could potentially happen, but I think that you are more in control than you think you are.
I think one thing too that makes me personally a good personality for talking about and dealing with this stuff is, ever since I was a little kid, I've always been questioning like what's real and what's not real. Discerning like what's real and what's not real. Like I remember there's like was a cult bot on Twitter this is when this thought came in my head. I read something from a cult bot on Twitter, and I liked the occult bot. It's usually like a lot of artwork or cute little infographics, and it talked about like psychic abilities, right? I think I could probably tell you every psychic ability that has some kind of reality to it, and what is completely, mystical garbage, right? So it's like you can have a psycho. How do you say psychonometry? Is that the word?
No, it's wait.
Psychometry.
No.
Psychometrics.
It's the psychometric. Okay, yes, the one where you're like touching items and receiving information out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Like that. Like that's like that.
Psychometry.
Yeah, psychometry, 100%. So like that there's like reality to that. I think I have experience with that. I'm sure you have experience. I'm sure a lot more people like that. That's kind of the thing is like we have all these like fantastical interpretations of like the mystical side of reality or the psychic side of reality, when I think a lot of people have experience with some degree of like psychic ability, right? Or like intuition. Like some like everyone has intuition, and that's a psychic power that we have no idea how it works. And it might as well just be like it's definitely more real than like telekinesis, but to the world of like empiricism, it might as well be like you're like moving objects around with your mind. But I think a lot of people like get approach this stuff and they want to believe everything fantastical, instead of like very very childishly, not in a bad way, and like probably the best way, right? When you're curious and your eyes are filled with wonder, right? Before you become old and jaded and you're like, no, this is how things really work.
Yeah.
Like
like us.
I think people get impressions of this stuff, and it's just like there's so much reality here. I wonder if like their fantastical impressions kind of like override and overtake and like eat their ability to discern like what's real. These are definitely some thoughts that are coming out of my head. I feel like I'm not saying what I'm saying very well, but
well, it makes me think of back in
Bach. Wow, I didn't realize you're a classical musical intellectual. Okay.
wait, wasn't there like a cartoon or like a YouTube short with like the whole Bach thing?
I wouldn't know.
There was something during like the last 4 years about that. But anyway, it makes me think of how native people from any country gave their own interpretation of how things came to be, and it wasn't scientific at all. It was just like these fantastic stories, right? So like where I come from, we have a mountain range that surrounds the whole city, right? And the story goes that the mountain used to be a tsunami wave, and the indigenous people prayed to the god of water to please spare the city or the town, right? And it became the mountain range, right? And it's just like, that's not what happened. But it is the understanding that they gave to it to say, yeah, that's how that showed up there, right? And I feel like in a way, like I feel like science, one of my early disappointments with science when I was in school was that it wiped the magic right out of everything, and on some levels the occult stuff that we're reading also, like, it adds magic, but then it takes magic away from other things, right? So like how our organs are constantly working without us thinking about it, right? That's like, that has to do with the energetic bodies, but we don't totally understand the energetic bodies either. So even though we're getting one answer, we're now opening like a whole can of worms of like something else, and it's totally like, well, it's up to you to to develop yourself and to explore yourself, because you could take our word for it, but then how would you really know that we're telling you the truth?
Mm-hmm. I think that's a huge problem too, is because like that's what science is trying to do. It's trying to say this is the Enlightenment. This is how humanity as a whole has moved away from believing that the people prayed and the tsunami created the mountains and spared the village, right? Because that's where knowledge comes from. That's where we come from. It's very very unenlightened, tribalistic, and there's I'm sure there's some like backward stuff you could say about the validity of it, but really it's just that's also like a definitely a tool that reality uses to condition us to ask us what's really going on and how things really work. And we've gotten so far with like physics and biology, and so many, like science has done so much, but there's definitely an arrogance and definitely some troubles it's run into with this stuff.
Some jadedness.
Yeah. Well, I'm jaded. I don't know if it's,
well, me too, but in other ways.
Yeah. But yeah, science has dropped the ball in some aspects. These things are definitely here. We don't understand them. We're approaching them with an open mind, and we're slowly piecing the truth together, right?
Yeah.
One thing, I think the last thing I have in my notes. No, there's two things. Okay. If one wishes to understand the observations of supersensible consciousness concerning the phenomena occurring between birth and death, and again between death and rebirth, one can do this if one has acquired the faculty of deciphering the imaginative observations through the concepts acquired by the study of the macrocosmic process. So we're gonna look at the end tail of this statement. I feel like that's a lot of like raw material law of one, where they say there's like we do understand that more. I feel like that's like definitely expanded and highlighted in the raw material. Like the idea of like micro and macrocosmic consciousness, and I think I've talked about it, like doing for my magical visualizations, being very like universal, right?
Yeah, I have a photography book that demonstrates this very well. It's called Between Heaven and Earth, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
We're constantly just surrounded by the same patterns, no matter how big or how small, how like down deep into the cell you go, into like outer space.
I got a YouTube video recommended to me. It was like Sigma male like magical tips. I don't know why this popped up by recommended. It was like the Hermetic Law of Correspondence, like very powerful. I think that the channel name was like Sigma Tips or something.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll give you a link to the book if anybody wants to check it out. But yeah, like you have microcrystals and you have silicon crystals, and then a little further you have like liver cells and the islands, and it just like it goes in a sequence, right? So you're starting from like the smallest like thing you can photograph in the physical body to the last thing that we got on a telescope. I mean, this book is from mid 2000s. So now we have better telescopes and stuff.
Yeah,
like that,
I think it was the James Webb telescope is kind of voided some theories about the universe already, or about how we understand it, which is kind of cool.
And it's gonna apparently it's gonna continue to do that.
Yep, and then it's gonna like I don't know, and then it's like these are the magical, these are the occult interpretations of the world as communicated by like extra dimensional beings, and like 30 years later, it'll just like magically reach the same conclusion. It'll be like, whoa.
Yeah, and then people are like, "What is that occult science?"
Yeah, they'll go back to the archives and watch this YouTube video 20 years in the future.
Yeah.
I feel like I didn't really talk about this imaginative macrocosmic process. I think it's very relevant. Oh, okay. I guess here's like the best way to put it. Like source consciousness, like the idea is from the law of one channelings that like the geographic location of quote unquote God exists at the geographic location of the center of the universe. And like the idea is like this energy or logo steps down and down and down, and like individuates itself. It differentiates itself, like descending into the world, of the infinite, right? And refines itself until we get to like our solar logos, to our planetary logos, to like us. You know what I mean? I think the idea is like we are the lowest like level of the logos. Like we're literally like too far from God. Like go back. You know what I mean? Like return to consciousness, right? You've went too far. I think that's a huge I think that's like a pretty big metaphysical
We're
idea.
the edge.
Yeah. Like well, yeah. It's like the ability to cause I guess in an infinite universe, you know, an ability to cause suffering and harm and pain to others, right? There's a lot of metaphysics that reconcile with this, with God supposedly being good, right? And it's I think it's an error to ascribe a ton of personality to source consciousness, but I think you're just looking in the mirror.
I feel like I tuned out for that last sentence. What did you say?
I feel like it's an error to ascribe a ton of personality to like source consciousness or the God that most people will be working with. I feel like the idea is that like the logoic idea is that you're looking in the mirror. But I thought the macrocosmic stuff was interesting because I feel like the law of one really refines that with like cosmological metaphysics and our place in the universe and like interdimensional existence, whether that's intelligence or like the material world being an illusion, and like this is how you navigate hyperspace because you're this intelligent now as a species, right? Or as a person who's developed their consciousness to this degree.
That kind of takes me into like the next thing that I highlighted, and it's around the one that you highlighted, where it says the imaginative world is an unstable region. In it, there exists everywhere constant motion and transformation. Nowhere are there points of rest. Such points of rest are attained by man only when he has developed himself beyond the stage of imaginative cognition to the stage that may be called cognition through inspiration.
Oh, I like that.
And it's almost like, yeah, and it's like, it makes me think of like, how they say like, you can't create nor destroy energy. It just becomes something else, right? And it's constantly in motion. And I think the part about cognition through inspiration is kind of like that, those scenes in some movies where the person is able to stop time and then move around the objects and change things around. I think the last movie that I saw that in was the one with Ryan Reynolds.
You know what it reminds me of? My most like primal fear, like the worst fear that I've ever felt. I was 4 years old at my grandparents' house, and like my grandparents were super religious, and they were telling me basically about heaven and the afterlife, and they talked about the idea of eternal life for the first time. And I remember just being like stone cold, like this fucked me up. Like this like that, like I still have the scar. Like I'm still like coping, you know what I mean, with what I'm talking about. But that fear of eternal life is just so real in the backseat of my mind. And I think it's definitely definitely an aspect of like nihilism too. It's like why even keep going, right? So like cognition through inspiration, definitely like the nature of light, that it just like keeps creating and infinity, and like giving on keeps creating itself, right? Or it keeps going. It doesn't, like, it's a well that never ends, right? Now it's like a whatever that one Taoist book says.
I have not read it.
Tao Te Ching.
Okay.
That's a classic. Okay. I'm putting you on Annie Book Club. You got to read. It's a very short book. I'm putting you on Annie Book Club.
I do like that all your book recommendations are like very short books.
Are they?
Meanwhile, if I give any recommendations, like expect 300 pages at least.
I would read a 300-page book if it was good. I mean, there's like a 200-page book and there's like 100 pages that are good.
I mean, I'm still going through one of them, and I just have to read it in regions when I get inspired to pick it up, you know?
Oh, wait.
Meanwhile, other books I'll read 30 times, you know? It's just like, okay. But every time I find something new, like, did I read that last time, or did I just checked out? But yeah, so like it's that you get to the point where you're able to kind of like pause things, change things around, and then like click your fingers, and then everything goes back into motion, but now it's different. And the only thing that's really different is you, right? Because you can't.
That's very cool you say that, because that's very much like the law of one perspective about like why, if like the world of spirit and imagination is so great, why would you ever step down? And it's pretty much for the reason exactly of what you're talking about.
Okay. What is that?
Like you talk about like being...
To change yourself.
Yeah, being able to work on yourself in a way which is...
Yes.
You're not able to do in the other world, I think.
Correct. Yeah. I would say that's... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, it's part of the purification process.
Purification process?
The spiritual purification process.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your story about your grandparents freaking you out reminded me of my grandmother freaking me out when I was, I think, 5. And she told me that when people die, their souls leave their bodies and they go up into the air, into the clouds. And I was like, ah.
Well, they said all the other stuff. It was like they didn't really freak me out, like with their, like, it was literally just the idea of eternal life. It wasn't the Jehovah's Witness theology that got me. It was the only thing that got me as a kid was like, or I shouldn't say, the only thing that got me with that was like literally like the idea of eternal life. Like everything else, like kind of just like it didn't really leave too much of it, as nearly as much of an impression. But like, I'm still talking about that, like, what, 20 years later.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the idea that your soul never dies.
It just freaked me. It just freaked me out so much.
Well, yeah, because you're 4.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm still kind of like I feel like I've reached some kind of like development in like cognition and intellect to not be as terrified. But I think it's just a freaky idea.
Yeah, I think my grandma tried to say it in the least scary way, right? Because I am finding out after her passing, like I'm kind of like piecing it together after her passing, that she was an occult student herself.
Oh, wow.
You know? And so like, how do you And so like everything that I saw growing up kind of just makes more sense now, and like in retrospect, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, what do you know, like I kind of just imagined, because I didn't, when you're 5, you still haven't seen, hopefully, a dead body, right? And so like when she said like, oh yeah, people just leave their bodies and they go up into the clouds, I thought that like they shed their body like a pajama set.
Like a snake.
Yeah, like a snake or something. And like I was more freaked out about the stuff that was going to be left here, like a piece of poo. And then like all of a sudden being able to see like people floating in the clouds, like that freaked me out so much. And then I would be left alone with all these pieces of poo. And like all the people would be like up there, like it's just like, yeah, like you understand very little of like the bigger concepts when you're that young.
Yep. So it's funny to see how things stick in your mind.
I had totally forgotten about that until you said something.
I think it's kind of interesting what you talked about too, with like the freezing time and coming down. This is the last thing I wrote in my notes. What one knows is immediately present in the act. There is no reflection after perception. What sensory physical cognition gains only afterwards in concepts is an inspiration given simultaneously with perception. Man would therefore merge with the environment of soul and spirit and would not be able to distinguish himself from it had he not developed the above characterized network in the ether body. So that's just like I feel like that's like being one with source consciousness. Like you're a seed, you know what I mean? You're not you're like every other soul that hasn't individuated itself yet, right?
Yeah, but in order to be, according to what we've read so far in other books, I think in the Powell books, is that in order to maximize your experience as a human soul is to be more individualized than, and like to kind of get away from the group soul where you're trying to fit in and you're trying to be like others and you're just like blending into the background like the zebras, right? You want to stand out and find what makes you unique, and in that you will find your service to community.
Yeah. Finding your individual essence, in the sea of like being stuck in the group soul, right? Or Yahweh's creative consciousness. What? That's pretty much all I had for book club. I'm surprised we managed to stretch it this long. If you had
I know. I thought it was gonna be short.
Yeah, I realized like this one might not be short after it felt like 5 minutes had passed. It was like 6:30 and I was like, damn, okay. Just had a ton of Mexican food. I was craving like Mountain Dew or like caffeine, but I just had I live right next to like one of the better Mexican places in town. Mango margaritas. Mango margaritas are so nice.
All right, how are you doing, OCW?
I'm very good. I'm very tired, but I got the job, so.
Yay!
Hey, OCW got the job. Big girl job.
Thank you.
Programmer.
Thank you. No, I'm an instructor.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, I teach people that the same thing that I studied during the summer, basically.
I just got a job working with AI that's gonna obsolete your job in T-3 months. So good luck out there.
It's okay. I can actually teach people about AI jobs or teach AI. So yeah.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Hell yeah.
Yeah, she's not doing. She's teaching.
Yeah.
so she can teach forever.
Yep.
Great. But like I said in the chat, I think that this chapter would have been a little easier, at least like the end of it, if we had read Powell's like solar system book or whatever it's called. The
Is that
last
okay?
one.
I believe
Yeah.
it. I feel like I didn't have too many problems. I felt like I got it pretty quick. I would say that yeah, this was a very information dense chapter because I've been bitching about
Yeah.
the author just like not saying anything or like being super verbose. This was really good stuff. So the author kind of learned his lesson while writing this book. He's like, I'm actually gonna just like spit some fire real quick, like genuinely.
Yeah, those last few pages, I'm like, oh, all of a sudden you know how to summarize?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's like thank you. It's like you can very like you can say what you need to be saying like very quickly, and it's like wow, it's like so. I don't know. This yeah, definitely picks up near the end, which is you know, then there's the problem of it like it leaves a better impression in your memory, and then you like recommend it to people. You're like, yeah, it was great, and they're
Well,
like they get through like they're going through like pages like 1 through 150, and they want to read 60 of those pages, you know.
Yep.
Yep. Well, we live in the
Maybe
20.
he ran out of paper at the end. I don't know. And he was like, yeah, let me shrink everything into like 10 pages.
oh shit.
Yeah, they didn't have Twitter back in the day. That was the dark ages.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right. So I can't say that I would recommend this book. Like some of it, yes. Some of it, I don't know.
I feel like I would recommend chapters in this book based on what we've read so far.
Okay. Yes.
And I feel like this is like this is more like almost like historical literature for like spiritual stuff because it's just like one of the like Rudolf Steiner is a big name, and this is just like one like a book with a title that like encapsulates a bigger idea. And I think those bigger idea like that like occult science like that gets brushed on enough where like 100 years later we can see like like these parts of the book weren't that great, these parts of the book were these parts of the book were really really cool. So it's like I would recommend like the Law of One channelings or like an effective understanding of the Law of One for this part of the book. I would recommend the Hidden Hand AMA for this part of the book. I would recommend Kabbalistic or Hermetic stuff for this part of the book. For this part of the book, just read that part of the book. It's actually good and informative. But that's definitely kind of how I feel. And I think that's kind of the insight you get when you go over something like this too, which is good. I mean, this is being recorded and put on YouTube too, so.
Yeah. Are you recording now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I was like, you're saying a lot of good stuff. So, towards the end of this of the fifth chapter, where he says like people who are not willing to look at like the history of our evolution, you know, like literally the part that we skipped because we were like, what the fuck is this? And he calls us ignorant.
Yep, ignorant masses, sheeple.
Yeah, well, not ignorant, but like, you know, it's like, okay, so you just want to be deceived. Okay, cool. Like, don't look into it. Don't, you know, try to figure it out. Don't try to do your own exploration about it. Just like stick to your own little evolution and never get out of yourself. And it's just like, I'm just like, yeah, I know that we're supposed to read it, you know? So it's going to be up to you guys if you want to have an episode about that part that we skipped. But other than that, this whole like fifth chapter, like the only thing that I had going on in my head was everything that I learned through Access Consciousness, which I am nervous to talk about it in like a public forum because every year more and more people that were staff there come out, exposing what's really going on as far as like abusive, as far as manipulative, as far as like
Yeah, the access consciousness
toxic,
community.
yeah, like toxic
And
workplace basically.
that's the stuff why like occult science stuff is so important too, is because like this is just like, I don't know. It's like, imagine if like all the scientists, like that were developing, even like let's just say, let's like take it down a notch. Let's say like a work environment. A lot like I actually would like to learn a trade. Like I very very much would like to learn a trade, and to make money off it, and like probably work lighter hours. I don't want to be a master tradesman, but like I kind of stay away from that because like there's usually some kind of abuse in like the working environment, or like picking up those skills. Like it's not. I don't know. It's like we just live in like a terrible world. That's been highlighted for me for like the past week or two. Like we live in like a pretty shitty world, and it's like a good thing that we have the internet to like connect, and to shine light on like functioning communities so people know what that looks like, and they can work towards creating better communities. And I feel like that's like a spiritual lesson in and of itself. But never trust religious people. I grew up in a family of like religious zealots, and I kind of am one myself. But like I'll tell you, I'm crazy. They don't tell you. They don't. There's no disclaimer that they're crazy. They think they're just being straight with you.
Yeah. Well, a lot like as somebody that was not on the staff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can't talk about what's really going on other than my intuitive perception, based on like, as a participant going to classes, I could tell there were two sides of like, and it was like from one extreme to the other extreme, right?
Mm-hmm.
On one extreme you have the people who are like thirsty for occult knowledge, right? But nobody's calling it occult.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just, it's kind of like exploring your consciousness, right?
Yep.
And then but they're like hungry for like power and money, and it's the whole like new age, like using spirituality to manifest more money, and it's just like very ego based, right?
Yep. Super based.
And then
Yeah.
and then on the other end of it are people who have never fit in, are complete misfits, are looking for a safe space, and and it's just like, here you also have this belonging and this kind of community, right? That you can just like slip into, right? And
I think
everything in between, and then everything in between, right? But the point is that if you're there for like true exploration of your consciousness, right, is that you're learning how to get away from your perceptions, your judgments, your points of views, your like everything that you think is true, you are at least like true for you, right? You are training yourself to question everything and to ask yourself, well, is this an illusion or is this reality? And it's just like, when you
I'm glad
you
you got into a religious thing and then like came out the other end thinking critically, because that doesn't happen to a lot of people.
Well,
and like
so you can see how that murkiness leads to then people taking advantage of each other, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just like it's a free-for-all basically.
I would say this is like greater than like a spiritual like this is like what you're talking about is like at its core like as a member of
Yeah.
like quite a few different communities, like being like Greek life in my local area to playing like Smash Bros. Like there's a Smash Bros community. There's a very tight knit Greek community up here, where I'm from. You know, like the town, like the community back home in my hometown, like the religious community I grew up with. You're totally talking about like the societal problem. You know, I guess I wouldn't isolate it to like it being necessarily associated with like access consciousness or like whatever spiritual thing.
Correct.
But it's like
Yeah, agreed. It's like it's a reflection of society within the confines of conscious exploration,
yeah,
right? Like you're gonna have everything.
yeah. That's yeah, because it's like I don't know. I feel like if you go to like the spiritual healing community, or it's like I want to learn to trade. You know what I mean? Like I really do want to like build my own house. You know, so it'd be good to learn like a few things, right? Make a little bit of money too.
Yeah.
Like people need tradespeople, but it's like yeah, there's like there's just people are weird. People aren't good to each other, and it's sad to see that, right?
Yeah, and like that's just like one little piece of it. The main piece and how this relates to this chapter is the training of like what's real and what's an illusion within my mind, within myself, within the reality that I'm perceiving, and how do you get through that, you know? And how do you come to a place of like complete observation where you are seeing like the best of you and the worst of you in your own exploration. You know?
That's a really good way to put it too. Because on the my mind's like I'm trying to get the raw material, the new video uploaded before the eclipse, or uploaded on the eclipse. And it's pretty much all done, so it's super exciting. But like that's very much like a focus, because I feel like you're talking about like transcendence being like one of the bigger, like however you want to interpret that. It's definitely one of the more secularized ideas or concepts associated with spirituality or religion or any kind of esoteric teaching, and it's like kind of dangerous to work with, and it's kind of like you kind of want society there to help you through it. And there's been periods, in history, in their own cultural zeitgeist, of working like more effectively, like with like I'm thinking of like there's definitely like a golden age in spirituality, like not in the distant past, but in the East, right? Like you can still feel that, like all the monks getting together and like meditating on like magic words to find enlightenment. Can you imagine if we had that here? I mean, I guess we do have that in like in its sister sense, right? With like university, but it's has its own toxic nature, right? I mean, I guess it's good that everyone's getting together to work towards higher learning, right? Even if that is to make money, but for what aim, right?
Right. So like the way that I would, not that I'm encouraging anybody to, and this is not a promotion in any way, to like run towards access consciousness in any way, but the tools that they give you, which a lot of them are free on YouTube anyway, are meant to to train you to get rid of that who you think you are, and what you think and who you think other people are, and kind of get like a real raw
the raw material, really?
no, like not like raw, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Raw raw no, okay.
Rasputin.
Version of what it is, but it's really just a reflection of you, and so like a lot of like the astral world and like the physical world kind of come together in this physical, like you almost sometimes don't even have to meditate, like you're literally experiencing it.
Yeah, like the it being the end of the world, and like like heaven and earth being like really close together is like very very much a focus, or like one of my, I guess it hasn't really bled into the main channel yet, but it's definitely been like my personal focus, which I'm like trying to bring to better light on like on the main channel, right? But like 100%.
Yeah, and so okay, so like as an example is, like if you are prone to lying to yourself, and prone to being in denial, you go to, or at least when I used to go, I don't know what's going on now. I haven't been to a class since 2017. I'm not even allowed to come back. So, um, um,
Drama.
yeah. Well, it's more like, oh, you're poor now. We don't want you here.
Yep.
So, but anyway, so, then you go to like a training, and then there are people who are attracted to you that come up to you and lie to you, like on either on purpose or through their own nature, so like they're like reflecting that side of you that is totally in denial of like a reality, and it's like it's crazy.
I don't know.
Because that wouldn't necessarily happen in that proportion on a regular basis in your everyday life.
Yes, like in another pocket of society, but it would also occur in its own way. But I think it is important that it gets brought up too. With like, yeah, this stuff's kind of like you're playing with fire. Like you're definitely playing with fire. And people aren't always the best, because I also my hometown's like, I live in a much, what I would consider a much nicer place now, but like my hometown, very very crime ridden, one of the quote unquote like most crime ridden cities in the US. So it's not Gary, Indiana, but it's pretty goddamn close. So I don't know if Gary, Indiana is still as bad as it is. But yeah,
I think there's a new one. I think it's Memphis.
Memphis. I can believe that. I hear Memphis is pretty bad. It's somewhere in Georgia or Tennessee, excuse me.
Tennessee. Yeah. Memphis, I think, is number 1 right now.
We are number 1. But yeah, I mean that's just like another good example of like, you probably won't see that stuff completely eliminated. But there's things like access consciousness, and not Christianity, because I think the idea with Christianity and like the power behind the church and the weight of everyone being Christian was that this is the esoteric teaching that's going to get you there, and it's going to save the world, and it's going to unite all the spiritual systems into one. But it's not what it did. There were several failings like across millennia, at an intellectual and hierarchical, I don't even know how to say that. I can say hierarchical level.
Hierarchical.
Yeah, just there was so many failings along the way, which kind of have led to the manifestation of Christianity being what it is now, which is washed. It's washed. It's washed up. And we get into things like access consciousness. We get into things like whatever.
Scientology.
They're really. I bring up the church
Whatever.
because I say there should be like one body that kind of I don't know, that works with and like kind of dictates this stuff. I guess that's my vision. What I feel should be true, and it's not just and it's like, I guess the problem that comes up when you talk about that is like arrogance. It's like a damning of the intellect. There's a book, Alchemy. It talks about like if like, I don't know if this was an example or if this is an actual thing in the Catholic Church, but it's like, oh, if you have this vision in your dream, it means like it's a vision of the Christ, right? And the Christ gets brought up in this chapter too, and I want to have a brief comment about that at the very end.
Yeah.
It's a vision of Christ, and we're gonna treat you differently based on if this vision or these symbols appear in your dream or these archetypes. and then they're just gonna like kind of cut away whatever they don't like. So if like that can be a symbol in the dream, but then there's all these other symbols around it that are like also arguably very, very important and very, very loud, and they're saying something and like intelligent and important. There's something here to be discerned, and it just gets ignored. You know, it's just a three-dimensional model of reality that's kind of slowly being done away with as you kind of move towards, you know, not being so arrogant in their perceptions of the world, right? I think that's like a big takeaway and both like and exactly how science got so far. And I think spirituality is just like lagging behind in a sense, and it's gonna catch up there too, because there is one reality, and like I don't know, it's like I'm committed to understanding that and like how it works, and like how to work with it to you know, for you know, my benefit and for the world's benefit. And that's just something that's been like forgotten, you know what I mean, or like lost sight of, right? Or I don't know, it just needs it really does have the potential to explode. I think there's a reason that so much of the spiritual stuff, I feel like there's not like a great organization to it right now, but I just see like all over the world, like in my real life, like at a restaurant, like on the street, like on social media, on Twitter, like people are like have spiritual stuff at the forefront of their mind, but it's like where's that going? Like what is this doing? Like what's it becoming? And I think that's like, I don't know, that's capitalism, right? So if you can kind of figure that out, right, you can make money off of it and help people too.
I mean, it's a great vision. I just, for like what I guess the way that I see it is like in the non-physical form, where it's like, yeah, the unifying body is God, whether you're religious or not religious, right? I apologize to the non-religious people who are triggered by that word.
It's a universe. It's a universe. We're TikTok.
It's the universe.
We're TikTok Zoomers. Yep. It's the universe or source.
Source, yeah. And one of the things is that, you know, people or souls are incarnating into this planet at different levels of development. So it's hard to say we're all going to fit into this one way of believing,
well,
when we're not all there.
I would agree and disagree. I feel like it goes into like the nature of authority, and working with like this is the idea of like of science, or of occult science, and science is distorted now, but there really was a frustration and an enlightenment that got worked with, and you know, brought us all the great things of the modern world. And then, you know, if like the spiritual stuff gets figured out too, it can take all those great things of the modern world and start like, you know, kind of like cleaning up the energy associated with them. Like, you know, oh, it's like the U.S. abolished, you know, slavery in like 1860 or whatever, but it's like we just outsourced it to different countries, or boomers love to just push down their kids. I hate old people. I've that's been coming up for me. I'm not going to talk about it, but like, oh my God, it's like just pushing work on other people, and not being super collaborative, right? Or it's like, you know, fuck you, I got mine, right? That's very much
collaborative is not an adjective for like that generation.
No. I'm not gonna complain about this. I think everyone has their frustrations well voiced already, within the scope of their own lives. But I don't know. Like there's a reason, like the nature of authority, and like the nature of like science and knowledge, and this is a buzzword, so I wanted to be careful while working with it, but I'm feeling a little bit more confident now. Like 5D, like fifth dimensional reality, I really do see that as like a more complete mapping of like science and spirituality, like both intertwined, and how the world and how the universe actually functions, and a complete Like that is like the complete fifth dimensional reality is like knowledge of causality.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's what science tries to like, and 5D leads into 6D, and 6D is like, you know, associated with the causal body, right? So like the emanation from which causality springs from. And like I don't think there's a single person that will tell you that science is complete, that we understand everything, and then science, you know, it got so far, it got into this like the quantum realm, right? Where things, you know, it's kind of like science rediscovered its own spirituality in a sense, where it's like, oh my god, like none of this makes sense. Like it's like now physics is saying reality is an illusion, which is a spiritual claim, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And I guess I was talking about like the nature of authority earlier. It's like I've said this before, but I think it's important I say it tangential to that concept. It's like things are true because we have verifiable proofs of why they're true or why we believe them to be true, and then what's a good way to say this? I don't like the word that's coming to my head is causality. So it's like we know why these like source concepts are true, right? And then we know how like what comes from that. And I feel like that's like more difficult to say in spiritualities, like in terms of like as opposed to like physics, right? But it's like, oh, we know the like the 6 physical constants in the universe, and this is the work we can do with them, right? So it's like, oh, in spirituality, like my rhetoric, I'm gonna say it's like, oh, we understand fundamental law, so we can understand the strings of causality that manifest from the emanation, which is fundamental law, which is free will distorting love, distorting light, and like actually understanding, like actually understanding those words instead of just taking, oh, love and light, cool, you know. But like there really is depth to this stuff that's just wrongly overlooked, and I think that's quickly changing.
Yeah. Okay. I think that even though it sounds messy and chaotic, I think we could get further if questioning authority was seen as was encouraged, right? Instead of taking the word of your religious leader as the word, if you were allowed to question it and people encourage that, we could be a lot further ahead.
It seems like such a simple idea, but it really did go that wrong. It really did go that wrong. Really strayed that far from God.
That were not allowed to even question the vaccine. Like you're like, I said take it, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Shut up. And it's just like, dude, like like people need to calm down, because again, in this chapter it's like, okay, you're gonna encounter the soul spirit world, and if you just take everything on like your first perception,
your first impression, you're gonna get
like,
sold an
taking...
overpriced car from a greasy car salesman. Like that's definitely what's gonna happen if you don't learn how to think for yourself and you don't learn how to exercise your discernment, or you're gonna have someone to handhold you, which is technically what society should be doing, but society isn't necessarily there yet unless you can clearly tune into that, which requires a level of discernment in and of itself. So, you know.
Yeah. I think that's where like spirit guides and higher self come into play. You know, it's like that is a hand that you could hold, that, you know, it's like that you can trust based on like your development.
Well, this gets brought up in this chapter too, is like, how do you discern that the reality of your higher self and your spirit guides from like delusion, right? Because I feel like I feel like a lot of like the way this stuff's speaking to me like right now, like a lot of the spiritual stuff is like the actual nature of your conscious reality. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it you know, it's it definitely comes from like either being too scared of what you may find, so you never look, or Wait, I think that's the only point I had.
Do you think we need gurus? Do you think we need? Cause like when I say like there should be one body, there should be like one clear authority here. Like I would like when I say like there should be an authority, there should be like an enlightened authority. And obviously I have my visions and like imaginings of what that looks like. But obviously when things, you know, trickle down in reality and like people get you know, personal weight and responsibility thrust on them, you know, sometimes they mismanage that, right? That's just the nature of, you know,
Yeah.
being human.
Right.
It's like, do we need gurus? Do we need, is that too dangerous? Like I would do that myself because like I feel confident being that person, right? Like I feel like I can tell you, or I could help guide you at least to like the true nature of like an inner conscious reality for you to discover for yourself. And I'm working towards bettering, my understanding of that. Like also like staying healthy, as well. It's like, do you think like society should have people for that, right? Like it shouldn't just be like given to you. Like there should be a degree of specialization there. Don't you think?
I disagree, actually. I feel like the only guru that you could possibly look up to is like your own ego, like your own higher self.
I would say like a good guide is gonna bring you to that truth, but there's like a period of vulnerability that people have where it's like they can get led away from that, right?
Yeah. And like people can get led away from, like, they can forget why they even started guiding people to begin with, you know? And I think that's where,
That's what the
like,
issue, begins. Yeah.
yeah, that's where the issue begins. And that's where, like, you need people to check you, people that you trust, like, that can check you versus, like, encouraging you to do poorly,
Yeah.
you know?
Then that's no
So,
longer a guru; it's more like a friend advising you on something.
yeah, exactly.
But
Um,
isn't that how society like should feel? Like, and like I don't know, is that like I feel like if you want like a spiritual guide, you want to like trust them, right? You want them to feel like a friend. You don't want them to feel like some like because I feel like that's like a especially a very Christian
inaccessible person.
yeah, inaccessible, holier than thou. Like holier than thou is like a very good way to express that.
Right? I mean, like, just the fact that, like, people people pay like tens of thousands of dollars to sit in the first 3 rows of a Tony Robbins presentation is just like, what? Why? It's the same audio in the front and in the back.
I've lost
You know?
like a degree of morals within the past 3 weeks. I'm like, I should start scamming people. It's like if you're that dumb, it's like, you know what I mean. If you think paying $10,000 will grant you salvation, it's like I might capitalize on that opportunity. I'm not gonna lie.
But see, that is the way, like, at least like the people that raised me believe, right? It's like, if
Money
you're
gets you to
that
heaven.
stupid to be scammed, no, if you're that stupid to be scammed, you deserve to be scammed, and I'm not above it to not scam you.
Yeah, it's like I guess
So,
I guess it does come down to a test of a personal character and. Okay, we're kind of going off topic a little bit. I feel.
yeah, we are.
A little bit, yeah.
What are the key parts of these? This is like 10 pages, so it's pretty quick here. We have the Guardian of the Threshold, the Doppelganger, the Higher Self. Those are all loosely related, like the etheric, like the enlightened etheric double. So that's like your, I would perceive that as your heavenly body, and there's like a material gateway of spiritual development you need to pass through to better access that greater spiritual part of yourself. Or like basically finding and learning about the nature and development and arc of your soul. I don't know if you guys would agree with that take from your reading on the doppelganger part of the chapter.
I think the doppelganger is your shadow self. But I actually wrote down that I have no clue what the guardian of the threshold would be.
I have so many clues. I felt like I feel like I relate to
mean,
that. I'll say
Okay.
I'll say this as someone who did not like pin it down to calling it like a doppelganger guardian of the threshold. It was very, very, very much a conclusion that I reached working through the raw material, the Law of One channelings, a lot of spiritual material. Like there's a different level of your awareness that you're unconscious of.
Yes.
I think a good way to put it, and it's like when we talk about like transcendence too. So I'll speak in like my personal experiences and also like mystical experiences I've kind of churned through the internet too, or like you just have so many to pick and choose from, you know what I mean? It's like I guess the best way to get an insight to that is like either through a lot of work and development with psychedelics, which is something that I'm personally not that experienced with. Like I do not have that shamanic talent, unfortunately, or have not developed that yet. But like dreams, that hits a little bit closer to home. Like sometimes it's like it literally lifts off of the mental pressure, the physical sensations, the tension in your body, the pain in your back, the good feeling, like whatever. It's like it kind of like lifts off into this blended awareness, which is very very mystical, very very psychedelic, right? And you remember something. You remember, like, I don't know. For me, it's always like there's always like there's always like a trial almost. I feel like that's one of the most common things that I remember. There's definitely some kind of communication with like spiritual beings. I'll say that, and it's like there's like, you know, I don't know, I guess from what I've read too, but definitely in my personal experience. But I guess the idea there is like there are these like off-world or spiritualized entities in your unconscious working with working through your unconscious with your conscious self. I know it sounds like a lot of buzzwords, but I mean if you like it's like there's a part of you that like is like forgetting your dreams. There's a part of you that kind of remembers your dreams, and if you commit yourself to remembering more and more of your dreams and exploring more and more of those sensations and feelings and curiosities about what's actually happening, it leads you to like greater and greater like, oh my god, like what's actually going on here, right? I don't know how much either of you
Yeah.
two relate to that. I feel like I might have worded that a
Well,
little bit.
we talked about that in a previous chapter.
Yeah, we did.
So I guess when you say the doppelganger, it's I look at it as like and like the way the author puts it in this chat is like an absolute. So like I feel like I can kind of glean some awareness of what this unconscious, you know, slowly becoming more conscious, you know, part of myself is like working through or like working with or like being instructed on with spiritualized entities of any kind, or maybe not even like interdimensional information, right? It doesn't always have to be an entity either. That's just like more of like the profoundness. Like you get this like sensation that you're like, I don't know. You're not working with people necessarily, but they're definitely like you're working with intelligence, like for sure. Like that's like it's like undoubtable almost. So I like to look at it as like the absolute. Right, like if you push that as far as it could go, where do you end up? You know.
For your doppelganger, you mean?
Yeah, because like I guess I see that like the way the author like the doppelganger is like I would like that doppelganger is like an unconscious part of you, right? That forgets
Right, that's what I'm calling your
whatever.
shadow self.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, I wouldn't call that your shadow, but I can see why you would call that your shadow.
Yeah. You know, because then eventually you integrate it. You know, you don't get rid of it, you integrate it so that you can use it when it's necessary. But again, like I'm still like who is the guardian of the threshold? Like what is that? Or who is that?
I think gonna spitball here because the author doesn't elucidate, at least in this chapter. So I'm gonna read something right here. If, because of incorrect spiritual training, a person were to enter upon this experience unprepared, then, in the encounter with the greater guardian of the threshold, something would pour into his soul that can only be compared to the feeling of immeasurable horror, of boundless fear. That it is very much how I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna read that as the absolute nature of transcendence. Like a complete spiritual transcendence of the material world. That's the guardian of the threshold. It is the gateway between you and transcendence, which is helps you, I guess, reconnect or like rediscover that shadow part of yourself, as you'd put it. Like I would call that a shadow too. I would say, like, I guess my impressions of the shadow are a little bit different, but I would definitely call it a shadow as well. Or add that to working with your shadow, right? I definitely have the experience of immeasurable horror or boundless fear too, with dreams and dream interpretation as well. Like I kind of woke up into that. Like actually this night, I woke up at like 1 or 2, and it was just like the extreme like paranoia, like just like waking up out of the nightmare and being able to kind of I guess the way I interpret that is just like feel like your senses are just like overloaded with fear, like out of the unconscious. I think I've talked about with you two, like my experience with the one that was a freaky dream, like the one simple dream with like the white girl,
with the little girl,
the backyard, and it was so simple, and there were other dreams and archetypes with the same like motif that were just it was so freaky, so freaky.
Yeah. One of the things that I read recently is that if a dream wakes you up and you are feeling a sense of dread or fear or whatever, the best thing you can do is just cleanse the space. Because it could just be an infiltration from the environment that, you know, your body's like, we gotta do something about this, and like, you need to wake up and you need to do something about this, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's something to work through. I think that's a good thing too, that it gets brought up, is because like you are like a being of like consciousness, and like your consciousness, you know, presumably wants to shine some kind of light on the world, or improve the world in some kind of capacity, right? Like hopefully, you know.
Yeah.
And like part of going through that is like becoming you know, more fulfilled with self-knowledge, as I might put it, and becoming more fulfilled with self-knowledge in the world that we live in means facing all of the horrors of the world and like all the horrors like within yourself too. And it's not always like straightforward. Like when I say horrors within yourself too, it can be very, very slippery, like kind of like unconscious, like this, like it could be something that isn't traditionally looked at by society. It's not like you're like you're kind of mean sometimes, you're kind of an asshole. It's like, no, these are like long-standing generational societal problems that you're awakening to, and you have the potential to fix, and you can be overloaded with so much of that information that it can just break you, right?
Yeah. But I think there's like sorry, OCW, if you have to if you want to say something.
No.
No? Okay, I thought I heard you.
No.
I think there's like some sort of like safety lever in that. Like you're only revealed what you can handle, right? In any direction. Because you don't want to like die from bliss, but you also don't want to like die from like the darkness either.
Yeah, just get paralyzed with fear.
It's only like to the degree that you can handle it, right?
You know, I think
and that's why I think that's why sometimes like you see a little bit of darkness and you're like, oh, that's awful, that's ugly, you know, and then you keep going, like you work on it, and then you keep going, you're like, oh shit, there's more. And so like it kind of paints that like spiral, like towards the end in part 9 or 10 of the chapter. He's talking about becoming one with the macrocosm, and how you're going through all the stages of development, but it's not like you completely finish one stage of development before you move on to the other. You may be moved into the other by knowing just a little bit, and then you're kind of granted access to different levels as it is given to you, right? And so there are times when you get to a certain level and then you come right back to level 1 and then you start over again, and then you get to another level and then you're like, and then
What do
back
you
to
mean
number 1.
by
So it's like that
level?
spiral.
What do you mean by level?
The levels that he says in the chapter.
Okay, I have them highlighted right here. Yeah, study spirit, acquiring imaginative knowledge, reading the occult script, corresponding to inspiration, living in the spiritual environment, corresponding to intuition, knowledge of the relationships between microcosm and macrocosm, which I feel like is definitely a highlight within these 5 and within the book in general, with especially with the brand of mysticism that I'm kind of on, union with the macrocosm, and then total experience of all previous experiences as a fundamental mood of the soul.
Yeah.
Just kind of wanted to belt that out.
And so you may do, you might take a drug that allows you to feel, that union with the macrocosm, where we're all one and we're all love and we're all this and we're all that. And you may do a meditation that makes you feel the same way, but you don't stay there. You go either back to either one step down, or you go back to number 1, and now you're seeing spiritual science from a new lens.
I feel like I got there's definitely some fire that went off when he said that. It's like, I'm not walking back down. I'm getting crab potted. Society's dragging me down, and that's okay because that's where society's at. But it's fundamentally what that does is puts me in a position of responsibility or power where I feel like I have to enlighten other people, or bring awareness, as much awareness as possible, to where people can make informed decisions for themselves. I think is a better way to put it.
It says it's like the spiral of healing. Every time you come back to something, you're coming back to it with more knowledge and more awareness. You're not coming back to it from where you used to be. You're coming back to it from a new point of view, or a new perspective. So you can do a little bit more with that level. It's not about this is a personal journey. This is not about necessarily teaching other people what to do, unless they ask you, you know. But I think that in the teaching you also learn, because if you can teach something, then you've really, and you can explain it in different levels of understanding, then you're a master, right?
Well, I don't look at it I don't mystify spirituality anymore. I think it's very grounded. I do not look at it any different than it's I have a friend that's fucking jacked. You know what I mean? He grew up right. He works out 3 days a week. He's super healthy. He gets his food in. It's teach me, take me to the gym. Let's work out together. And that can range from being super casual. It's you're my buddy. Let's can you train me up a little bit? Can you get me up to speed, right, on how to what I should be doing in the gym to to improve myself, right? And the spiritual stuff does not speak to me in any kind of different capacity. I think there's just been so much knowledge lost, and there's so much mysticism I think there is more mystical stuff here than I would like to project, which I think what complicates things. But I think that's also a red herring for a lot of people as well. There's definitely very, very grounded Like, I mean, if you meditate and you have a a diet and a holistic lifestyle and way of being which promotes meditation, like you're gonna see these results. And if you want to see these results and you don't know how to get there, and you want to talk to someone you know because you shouldn't have to wear or to have that entire responsibility of knowing and figuring literally everything out in the world for yourself, like talk to me, because like I know a little bit more, and I have a little bit more experience and I have a little bit more development than you, right? So I can help you out, and you could see that from being your gym buddy, or you can see that as being like a personal trainer that you pay for, and that's just that's just a society thing, right? It's like it's like are we friends, or is this like a paid thing? Is it a paid thing and we're friends? It is complicated, right?
Okay, 1 second. It's not a cookie cutter situation, right? You can tell people, or you can guide them, but people are going to experience different things than what you've experienced. Not in a level necessarily, but in an experience. Like in a practical experience, people experience things differently. And so it's almost arrogant to say that I know all the ways that this level may manifest for you, and I can tell you what it is. I still have people ask me questions. Like this happened like in the last month. Ask me questions like, "Oh, what does this mean when I experience this?"
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I've never freaking heard of that, but I have information. I have a lot, I have a lot of books,
I guess
and I can look it up,
I guess that's where
and
I'm
so
coming from, is like it is there I because like to me there is mysticism here. There is absolutely like simulation breaking mysticism, like at the heart and at the bottom of the stuff, in my personal opinion. But there's also like this is a literature, this is my experience, this is how I've worked with it, which is secular, which is more scientific, and it reflects the attitudes of the modern world. And spirituality is so old world, I feel like, and there's like such a distaste for new age stuff. Sometimes in some circles, right, where it's, I don't know, it's like I feel like it should really reflect that same secularized modern attitude, but it gets mystified, and it doesn't deserve that. To Not all levels of spirituality and mysticism deserve the mystification, right? Some of this is just here, and this is how you work with it, this is how you develop yourself within it. And it's like, obviously everyone's gonna have their own individual experience. Like Mike, the guy who's helped me work out is not lifting weights for me. He's saying, this is how you do it. Let me help you correct your form. Right? Like it's a beautiful thing. We have this analogy, right?
yeah,
But it's
yeah,
like
okay.
you're the one lifting the weights. Like let me be clear,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
It's like you're not automating, you're not paying someone to lift weights for you. It's like you're doing this for your self-development, and the attitudes you bring into something like weightlifting, or bodybuilding of any kind of capacity are like the same attitudes you should bring into spirituality and working with meditation, right? I guess.
Yes.
If there's any
agreed.
confusion.
100%. Yeah.
Problem is, I think people don't want to lift the weights.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't want to.
So I think it's another part of it too. It's like, like part of the mysticism is like, I kind of want the mysticism to be there. Is there any way you can lift the weights for me? Can you just like kind of like hold my back and like kind of pull my arm up for me? And it's like, no. It's like, I'll tell you how to do it, but you're gonna do it yourself, and it's like it's gonna have lasting improvements on your life, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to. I'm probably going to sound ignorant anyway, but this is why capitalism has created like a system of like, oh, you don't want to stretch? Why don't you come over to our business and we'll stretch you out? It's just like,
yeah.
You give us $20, we'll stretch you. And it's just like, why? When you can do it for free at home.
I mean,
Or or it's like, it's like, oh, you have to go to the yoga class, so you can do yoga by yourself at home. you
Yeah.
know.
That's definitely a capitalism and a community problem, and it's part of the problem not having stable, healthy communities and families, or a government that cares about you, I should say, or a government and a church and a family that cares about you. You're probably going to be farther away from that if you have those things. But if you don't have those things and you have money, you're more likely to seek those things out. It's very very complicated. I mean, this is like literally like a 10,000-year story of society and of trade and bartering and development and like estrangement from community and closeness to communities. It's very 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 complicated. So just kind of laying it out clearly, with all of its moving parts and all of its like exactly how confusing it is. This, I don't know. It's important that we talk about this stuff like genuinely, because it's like it's not clear for a lot of people.
This is also coming to like history, where like the courts and like the kings and queens were like talking to the church, and it's like, hey, if we make a donation, like, could you just like make sure that we're good, that we can get into heaven.
Yeah, that's probably where some of this energy comes from. Probably where some of this mysticism comes from, is from power and hierarchy trying to get into or work with heaven. When like in my professional opinion, when I talk about at the end of the chapter talking about embodying the Christ, is like I can literally break that down to a science with the tools that we're given in the modern day and age. Like I'm literally working towards making YouTube content to make that very very accessible. Like I could literally write up an entire YouTube video essay on how Jesus was not maybe the Son of God, sure, but we're all like as much as we're all the sons of God. What made him more the Son of God and the framework I'm working with is how he worked with fundamental law, or how he worked with consciousness, the weight of being a human being and like having darkness and evil within you and being pressured from the world and feeling hatred and evil, and working with your consciousness to come out on the other side of that as close to your higher self as possible, right? Getting into the kingdom of heaven through working with fundamental law.
Yeah, and even though I wasn't, I was raised Jewish and all that, meaning I didn't have a relationship with Christ growing up. I always kind of felt like he was a real dude who was real cool. And like the idea of him was always like cool in my mind, and it wasn't until the Reiki initiation and having like Reiki energy work through me for like a while that I was just like, oh, like this energy's in my heart, which is not what I expected to feel like in my newbie-ness.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? I didn't expect to have that feeling in my heart, meaning like in my chest area. And like and it's not that I didn't believe in God necessarily, but I did go to religious school, and we had to pray several times a day, and like I would just stand there and just be like, I'm not saying anything.
So this is all bullshit. You're all sheeple. I am your shepherd. And it's like, wait,
literally,
I should be the fucking priest. What are you guys doing?
What are you guys doing? And then, and like one of my really good friends would be like, why aren't you praying? Why aren't you like reciting the stuff? And I was like, for what? Like it's 2:30 p.m. Like what are we doing?
Yeah, it's like, you know what? You're the kid that got straight A's in high school, went to college, spent $70K a year or $30K a year on tuition, and you got like what, a $50K a job year? I traded shit coins on the Solana blockchain, and I have $2 million. Okay, there's no rules. There's no rules. The rules are fake. All right, you see through it.
Yeah, and that's like, I see now the frustration with the boomers, because it's like, well, we did everything right and everything worked out. So like, why can't you just do everything right? It'll work out for you too. It's
oh
like,
my
shut
God.
the fuck up. Going back, I think we should read
The doppelganger, the
chap-
doppelganger,
the rest,
yeah.
no, the rest of chapter 3.
I think
And like,
this
and
is
fucking like walk through that jungle.
like, yeah, I would consider chapter 3 like mystical jungle territory.
But we should do it. We should do it because otherwise we're arrogant and ignorant at the same time.
I do not
And
think
it's just
so.
like,
I think from my impressions from chapter 3 was, if I
Yeah.
want to read mystical bullshit, I'm going to read it from a clearer source and not
okay.
cuz like if I'm reading that mystical bullshit, I might as well be meditating trying to channel, so like literally trying to channel an entity to give me clear information. That's how bullshit and confusing the impressions I got were. I thought it was absolute. I thought like it was mystical garbage, in my opinion. And as you know, someone who's like you know, budding in mystical talent, I could be like, these are my impressions and interpretations of what this is saying. And my impressions and interpretations were that was saying something that was not, that could be found or sourced elsewhere better, right? Because you're working with fifth dimensional consciousness, you're working with an objective reality.
But from
Why
the
not work?
perspective of historical research, you still wouldn't want to read it.
I did read it. I thought it was garbage.
You read.
I read all of it. I did read all of it.
You read the whole
It-
thing. Okay.
Yeah, I read all of it. I thought it was garbage. I thought it was boring. I thought there was like little to be discerned from it. I thought everything I discerned from it. I had read elsewhere more clearly, or it was like complete mystical garbage, and you might as well be like literally channeling your own information if you have that talent to be able to discern what that's saying. I like.
Well,
I
I
don't know.
mean, that's the whole point. Is like we don't have to take his word for it. It's like,
If
why
I'm
don't
if
you go and meditate and do it?
if I'm
you
gonna
know?
read mystical garbage, I'm gonna read good mystical garbage. It's gonna be the raw material, and I'm gonna tell you my interpretation. If I'm gonna read mystical garbage, I'm gonna read the Bible. I'm gonna tell you my interpretation of the Bible. I'm not gonna read chapter 3 of Rudolf Steiner, you know, misappropriating the words that you should be working with when working with these concepts, because we're trying to work with them clearly. And I think there was either an error on the author's part of how he chose to work with these things, or maybe it was an enlightened decision that I caught when that changed in the 20th century, especially the 20th and 21st century, where it's like, okay, humanity is at a different stage of its evolution. You know, the narrative that I subscribe to is that like heaven and earth are like being bridged together right now, or they've become much closer. I don't know. I thought it was mystical. I thought it was mystical garbage. I think he's using obfuscated OBFU.
Yeah.
You know the word I'm talking about.
Obfuscated.
Yeah.
The P is silent. Yeah.
Language, or I think it was just like beating around the bush, not saying what you're trying to say clearly. It was a channeling that was cut out of later editions, because it was a poor channeling, and it didn't deserve to be in this book. That was my honest impression.
Okay. Well, I didn't finish reading it, so it's my task to read it because it's part of it, you know. Like it's part of the even if it's to go around like, what the fuck is this shit, you know. Like,
I would be
still have to read
curious
it.
if like I would be very interested to hear if you came to a different impression or conclusion than I did.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I will let you know.
I'm gonna shit on you. I'm gonna get a power in the Catholic Church and demonize your opinions.
Oh, okay, going back to the to the Guardian of the Threshold. I would call that like, I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying this is the only thing that in my practical experience has like relates to how he describes the Guardian of the Threshold. I would call that a demon, right? But it's a demon within the description the Access Consciousness gives it, which is an entity, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you have hired to stop you from reaching another level of consciousness, right? So it's almost like before you even incarnated, you're like, okay, um, these are the challenges that I want to experience, not to, not in like the greater detail of them, but in the in the in the widest description of them, right? Like,
White light.
no, no. I guess like and I don't know if I've said it already in one of these episodes, in one of those like food metaphors, it would be like, you're saying you want chicken, right? But you don't know what chicken you're gonna get. um, in the greater scheme of things, you're gonna say, I want this challenge so that I can get better at this, and then you come down into your current life, and the challenge is presented to you, but you don't know that, you don't know how it's going to play out. You don't know if it's going to come, you don't know where it's going to come from, basically, or in what part of your life you're going to experience it.
I disagreed with the. I'll let you finish.
Hold on. So so as you're, so it's almost like, and I guess you'll tell me if this is another, I'm assuming it's in other spiritual teachings, it's like there's always going to be a challenge before you break through to another level.
Yep.
Right? So that breaking through
I'll say this really quick. I would say it's way more grounded and secular than you think. It doesn't necessarily have to be spiritual. Whenever you choose to accept and embody a truth, I feel like you can do that for 3 years, and then it's like as soon as you start kind of like the harshness and the hardness of your mind kind of stops accepting that, it'll get challenged. It gets challenged. Is this really who you are? Is this really a part of you? Right?
Yeah.
Like no matter whether it's a spiritual truth or a whatever truth, right? But keep going.
Okay. So it's like so you kind of bump heads with this energy that's like, yeah, you're not good enough. You don't need to know that. You don't need to explore that. Like, let me do some fear, let me do some shame, let me do some guilt, let me do some anger. So like you get distracted in that nonsense of low vibration.
A blunt will heal you.
Forget.
A blunt will heal you.
And then you can like break through. You can just, I mean, I guess I don't smoke, so I wouldn't know. But like, like the way that I know it is just to be like, to question it, and to be like, yeah, you don't think I deserve to get through? Well, like, fuck you, and like, get out of my fucking way. And you just like, you question that energy. Until it's like, okay, you got me. It's just like, I'm just testing you. Ha ha ha. Okay, come through.
Yeah, and I would.
That's it.
Okay, because I was gonna say I totally agree with that. I see it a little bit more clearly what you're saying at the end there. We talk about like the threshold guardian, and there's probably definitely like, I don't know, like I there's a lot of Christianity that I really don't like. There's a lot of Christianity that has like had very honest mystics and mystical developments over time that probably has better ways of putting this. But I would call it less working with demons, more like, and more of a quite literally you are working with the devil. Dealing with the devil, because you are man or a human bound between like heaven and earth, right? And what you just described very well, very clearly at kind of at the end of your spiel there, is a lot of my metaphysical conclusions about like what's real and what's valid and what the purpose of life is, and kind of like some of the antidotes to nihilism is that like, yeah, life does change, it shakes up, it gets better, but you're put through a hardship and you're put through these tests and challenges whether it's, you know, karmic, to some degree, whether it's like just a choice, just to see, just because there's some part of yourself that's eternal and bored and like wants to see how you would fare and outside of like the perfect world of heaven where there is no wrong, there is no potential to do wrong in heaven. This is a world where there is potential to do wrong. There's a very strict set of rules, universally speaking, on like what can happen, and that is really, I mean, this is really like the conclusion of the 21st century. Like as we graduate into heaven, right? It's like we know everything now. We know this. That was not clear before. That's clear now, you know. But I would very much call that a part of the essential nature, essential divine nature of man, and part of what makes Christ consciousness, what makes working with fundamental law like spiritually worthwhile. Like the raw aliens are saying, it's like you are in this world, for you know, unconsciously you came here to spiritually evolve and individuate yourself. Right, and then you either polarize into, you know, being a good person or a bad person, basically. It's not really
That's basically what the Spirits book says too.
Yeah, that's what the Bible says too, if you know how to read it, in my professional opinion.
I've never read it. But like the Spirits book more so focuses on the spiritual, like spirit intervention in your development, you know, where it's like if you are, as Ross says, negatively polarized, you're going to attract more spirits that are going to encourage you to stay there and to like stick to that route.
This is huge. Like underpinning what you're saying is like laws of creation, manifesting experiences. Whether they're positive or negative, or whether you're getting put in these situations and you're being challenged. Like there's very much a metaphysical makeup of experience, and I guess the more mystical element is manifestation and like true creative. Like, can we really manifest money? Do we really manifest experiences? Do we really choose our lives? And I guess that's the mystical element. But the metaphysical element is still very grounded and very solid, and very much more. You know, it's more of a test. It's like testing your character. It's like you come here to test your character. You know, you get put in an abusive situation. You get put around, you know, negative people. You know, whether, you know, they're wherever they're at and figuring themselves out. And it's like that's a huge thing in like in media too, and like stories. Is like, you know, there's so many times where like like how does evil affect you? Does it make you evil, or do you come out the other side still good? I feel like that's it's like a dissemination, it's a channeling that isn't religion necessarily, of how working with fundamental law and like the metaphysical structure of the nature of experience and consciousness, and like polarizing your consciousness gets into your brain in the age of information, right? Is through media.
Yeah, absolutely.
Says some absolute bullshit, and he's like, yeah, absolutely, 100 retweet.
No. Like, I think it's more like social media, you know, like if you see that somebody's getting bullied online, do you jump in the bandwagon? Do you try to defend them? Do you just go like, I'm not gonna be part of this conversation?
I am pioneering new definitions in hate speech.
So I mean, it's like, I think, I guess depending on like how much time you spend on the apps, right? But like, yeah, it is either an influence or a challenge, right? And it's transcending through that instead of allowing these lower vibrations to like drag you down.
Is there anything else to talk about in this chapter? I feel like it very much was just guarding to the. I feel like we did a good job.
Yeah, I think that I would say the one thing that pissed me off about this chapter is that we're reading it now, because he's like, everything that I'm saying is for where people find themselves spiritually now. That was like early 1900s. We are so past that moment, right? I wouldn't say it's the same degree because he's like, you can't just like take the spiritual development from ancient Egypt and try to do it today
Yep.
because our souls are more advanced than they were back then,
Yep. Like
right?
different.
And I feel like now, even though it's not the same degree of separation, we are at a different level of awareness, consciousness, spirituality than people were in the early 1900s.
Different level of enlightenment, different level of society,
Yes.
and it's not just. I mean, we've seen spirituality. If you could look at the evolution of spirituality and religion, you can kind of accurately get a picture of how society has evolved and developed over time, and how people have felt about these things.
Mhm.
I will say two things. One thing I think we should we've been going for a while here. I feel there's one thing we didn't talk about this chapter, and it's more microcosm, macrocosm stuff. Two things.
I think that's coming up in the next chapter.
There's a little bit here. Is there? What was two
There's
things? Hold on.
There was one thing about like not losing yourself in the macrocosm, right? Like you're still an individual, you still have a unique ability, unique fingerprint as part of this universe, but you're also part of everything, and everything is part of you.
Okay, I do want to feel some mystical bullshit too. I think it's a very succinct way of saying it. Oh my god, could this stay in my head? I've had it 3 times and it just keeps leaving. Oh yeah, okay. I think I don't know. That's why I feel so confident with the YouTube channel. Is because like I feel like I don't know. I feel like there's a pure like supply and demand. Like there's like so much demand for this stuff, and there's just like such little supply, or such like little intelligently focused supply. You know, I feel like people really want to know. I feel like people are really ready to get back into spirituality, in a more enlightened framework that's just like super accessible, and it's just one of those things that I think in 10 or 20 years, it's like the world's going to look so completely different. And there's already been so much evolution and development already. I really just do see it as like a powder keg kind of thing. It's one of the reasons I feel so confident about like or why the channel is so exciting to me. I literally have 10 or 20 years worth of content just to work with, just because the stuff has not been. We're talking about a book 100 years old, right? Like the way you said that kind of triggered me. If you can't tell,
Was that the
yeah,
thought?
yeah. That was the one thought. I guess the only other thing, we kind of ran book club a while. It's like more like microcosm, macrocosm stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's so much demand for spiritual stuff, and for people to be given the tools that they work with secularity, or secularizing things, just being a creative capacity within yourself to intellectualize and discern, because I live next to a lot of engineers. I definitely have a very engineering friendly way of thinking. Like, this is how this works, these are the moving parts, this is the work I can do with it, right?
Yeah.
And then so most people might not really understand how it works too much. They might not really care. If they do, they're probably more falling in the engineering side of things, like personality archetype wise. But I mean, most people, the vast majority of people, can kind of look at something long enough. They can see someone intelligent explain it clearly, and they can be like, okay, this is how that works. You know, I get the impression that it makes sense. This is how I can make it work for me. You know, and that's a secular spirituality stuff. I feel like I feel like it's very, very much a goal in the 21st century to just get everyone there, right? And that's what I'm talking about with like when I say like universalized spirituality, I think like they're just like, oh, we're gonna run into we're gonna run into the same problems we did in the past. You know, we're gonna run into the same problem we had with authority. But you know, that's the beauty of like secularization, or it's like creative capacity within yourself, or discernment. where it's like these are just the principles of reality. It's like if you want to eat healthy, everyone's a little bit different. You know what I mean? Where it's like your meditation, you might have a really good meditation sitting down and staring at a wall. You might have a really good meditation walking, going for walks in the woods. That might be way better for you meditative wise than just sitting down, even though our impressions of meditation are traditionally from my opinion, it's like sitting down, closing your eyes and focusing on your breathing, right?
Yeah. It doesn't have to be that way. There's many ways to meditate, and you should find the one that works for you.
Yeah, and it's like, but we live in the modern world. It's like, why are some ways better than other ways? You know, like these are questions we can ask ourselves and like realistically get answers to. But there's just so much like mysticism that there is actual mysticism here. I swear to God. But there's so much mysticism that doesn't need to. That's not mystical at all. Like we know this. It makes sense. It's been mapped out. Like many different times over the course of history. We just know better at this point in time, and it's like not everyone has caught up to that, you know?
Yeah.
Or it's like
also like I know, like, you know, when you first come into like spiritual occult script, you're like, what do they even say? It doesn't even sound like the same language that you've been speaking or reading.
Hit this joint and listen to some Terrence McKenna. You'll understand everything.
Well, and I would say get your bars run and you will understand everything the same, you know, like it's just like, you know, it creates a new pathways, it organizes all your energy bodies, so like the information can like come
I know what you're saying.
more direct through like all the different bodies, right?
Yeah.
But of course, like it depends on like who's running your bars and what are they doing, what are they saying. Like shut the fuck up. Don't play me any recordings. Don't give me any loops. Just
tell me who to subscribe to on YouTube. It's AsLeft900. He'll tell you everything.
Just like run my bars and shut the fuck up and let me do what I need to do. Don't try to hypnotize me or try to brainwash me into like buying your course or like joining your membership. Like, stop.
Yeah, the pure element to spiritual healing. I think it's really important that you have that you've discerned that perspective as well. Yeah, like I don't know. Don't be afraid to bitch at people. You know what I mean? Like in your life, because it's really important to when you have that strength figured out for yourself, like speaking from it in confidence, because most people are not there, unfortunately, especially with how confused this stuff is.
And then so that brings me to like my last point of the night is that this was like a great example. But you know how there's like the YouTube University as it's called, where like if you don't know how to do something, you go to YouTube, you find a video, you learn how to do it, right?
My buddy did not have much mechanical knowledge and replaced his transmission in his car. Like that shit is real.
Of course it's real. I like fixed my shower. You know, like it's
called Google Foo.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Google Foo. So, in any case, one of the tarot readers that I was watching over the weekend, James Wicca 14, I think it is the number. He was saying like, okay, if you're gonna go to YouTube University, it's like, know that like you're gonna have to like watch 5 different videos on the same topic, because everybody's gonna give you a little bit more information than the last person, and somebody's gonna know a little bit more than the other person. And so like if you watch 5 videos, you're gonna be able to put it together pretty well, you know. And you may learn pitfalls that one video is not giving you that another one is, you know. So I would say it's the same thing with spirituality.
There's
it's
a
like
3-hour,
like, at least 5 sources of whatever it is that
I have a 3-hour YouTube video essay I could talk about the internet and like Web3 and like how to discern information in the age of information. Because I was like, I was one of I think I literally was the first generation to like grow up on like the internet like completely.
I think so, yeah. I think that's what it is.
I think if you were a little bit younger than me, you would have had like dial-up, and it would have been pretty poopy. For me, the internet was like a clean. We had a family computer, you know what I mean? Like good internet. I was 6 years old on YouTube in 2006, right? So like I don't I feel like I feel like I just understand intuitive like what you're talking about so well, and I feel like it has changed society in such a profoundly drastic way that people have not fully grasped yet. And like how that speaks to me the most personally is with spiritual stuff, right? Like, you know, there's a couple of YouTube shorts I published for the book club stuff where I talk about this like 2 or 3 times, where it's like it's clear now. It wasn't clear before. It's very, very clear now. Here's why it's clear, right?
Yeah. Okay, so let's get into it. I have a lot to say, but I want to know what you think first.
Okay. I'll kind of give my opinions of the chapters here. Let me actually find the chapters in the PDF here. I thought the last chapter before like the summary was kind of way too verbose and boring. Like I feel like this is just like a really early Law of One channeling. When I read through this, I feel like he's talking about the Law of One concept of like harvest, or like your God, you know, now putting him or herself through a you know, the third dimensional experience as a sort of like divine test, or like, I don't know, divine experience, and then it kind of like you choose whether you're you know, how the purity of your soul, right? Like, do you shine light in a dark world? And if you do, you get into heaven. I mean, that's the kind of general idea. And so, like, I feel like it was kind of this whole spiel on, like, the trajectory of a soul's evolution, with all of these, like, poorly described, like, Jupiter evolution, Sun evolutions, Venus evolution. Like, I don't know. But I feel like that's a lot of what I got. I feel there was a couple other things. I thought the Christ stuff was kind of interesting. But it was definitely kind of separate from what the author was talking about. But yeah, I thought the chapter was kind of boring. I thought I was just talking about like law of one harvest, or like trajectory of a soul or a spirit. You know, like a life is just like one temporal thing, and then you move on to wherever you move on to, right? Which is a heated subject of debate.
Okay. So this is chapter 6 in the book, right? And the title is The Present and Future of Cosmic and Human Evolution.
Mm-hmm.
So I was curious what he would say. This is basically his I'm just gonna put in my predictions, you know, about how I see the human soul evolving in the future based on where we are in the present, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, so as soon as I read the title, I'm like, okay, I'm curious to see what you would come up with back in 1900s, right? And I think he's spot on.
Yeah,
he's spot on.
I definitely thought there was some prophecy to it too. I didn't find it super interesting, you know.
Okay, so here's what I wrote down. So he starts the chapter by saying, "It is impossible to understand the Earth evolution," and then I wrote down, you know, where human beings receive the ego.
Mm-hmm.
If one does not observe the facts of the preceding evolutionary cycles, right? I'm gonna have to go back to that chapter just to do it for me, like finish chapter 4, right? But anyway, so then I wrote down, I wonder if this is his view of what 4D Earth is going to be, or if it's an evolution that happened before 1970s, right? And so he's calling this next evolution the Jupiter evolution. Now, we know that it's not really about the planet Jupiter. It's just that he chose
Yeah, the worst.
the freaking word Jupiter to like name it.
That's
right? Like he could have done he could have done anything. He could have done anything else.
That's like
But
occultism, like
yeah,
occult author.
right.
Yeah.
So he said, okay, so he said, and I do agree that they, like, based on what I've heard you say about the Law of One channelings, like I did pick up some of those trends in this chapter as well. But this is what I found super interesting, is that he says that in this next evolution, right,
Mm-hmm.
the beings within this field of consciousness give us pure spiritual impressions of tone, light, and warmth. They do not express themselves through any sort of material embodiment. And then the first thing that came into my mind after reading that was like, oh, that's the light body, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the Merkaba, right? And then I started looking into, I went into a tangent and I was like, let me look up like how the light body is described. And so I went to an article from Gaia.com that basically says like you may know as the Merkaba, right? And it can appear as sacred geometry around the body. And then the next step, so he is talking later on in this episode in this chapter about the next evolution, right? So so it's the light body, and then when you evolve the light body, then you get the rainbow body, which is what Jesus and Buddha obtained, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the rainbow body is the result of maintaining a constant frequency of unconditional love, which means that you have healed every wound, you have purified every thought, and released every judgment for the rainbow body to be birthed, right? Or to be part of the human.
Some kind of transcendence of your condition, right?
Yes.
Some kind of
Yeah,
halo.
some sort of like transcendence of the soul. And just by being around people with a rainbow body can activate yours, right? So in this chapter, Steiner calls a still more highly developed supersensible consciousness a future stage of evolution that may be designated as the Vulcan evolution. So the Jupiter is the light body, the Vulcan is the rainbow body. And then in my mind, my thought patterns were like, oh, well, you can't get to the rainbow body without Chiron coming into the picture. And so Chiron was discovered in 1977, right? So that goes back to like my question, is this an evolution that happened before 1970? Well, I guess around 1970, because you can't heal your wounds if you don't know they are there. And Chiron puts the focus on where your wounds are and that you even have them. Mm-hmm. So that is that evolution. So then I wrote down from astro.com that the late 1970s sees a popularity of topics like ESP, channeling, and visionary breakthroughs. And it was adopted by astrologers into the astrological chart in 1989. What year did the law of one channelings happen?
Ra was channeled 81, 84.
Yeah. So while Chiron is coming into the picture, they're channeling their information. So, so just from that point forward, I was like, okay, I gotta, like, this chapter is great. What else is there? You know? So then he goes back in time to talk about the wisdom of the Grail, which I guess we can imagine is, you know, the Holy Grail, right?
Yeah.
Which is not an actual physical object.
Yeah, right. I've watched Indiana Jones. You're not fooling me.
Right. So in this chapter, he says that the present evolution, meaning whenever he wrote this book, so early 1900s, is the 5th period post-Atlantean period, right? Post-Atlantean 5th period, right? And then further down the chapter, he mentions after the 7th cultural period has run its course, the Earth will be visited by a catastrophe that may be likened to what occurred between the Atlantean and post-Atlantean ages. And the transformed Earth conditions after this catastrophe will again evolve in 7 time periods, right? And only those humans that have developed in a manner will be able to cope with the newly formed Earth conditions. So again, that sounds like the 3D, 4D Earth separation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I wrote down, is he referring to 2012 or 2020? Intuitive, and then I also asked myself, or is this a distant but not so distant future that we haven't experienced yet? Right? Because you also want to put in.
I feel like I have a little bit to say there. I think there's like one idea with like multiple timelines. And there's also another idea, because I think the law of one channelings freaked a lot of people out, and they kind of brought a lot of validity to the 2012 idea, which is something I kind of remember as a kid. 2012 was pretty huge. Like everyone was talking about the world ending in 2012,
Right.
with the Mayan calendar and whatnot. Those things, like 2012 was real. It was denoting like an actual, real metaphysical shift. But there is an idea that there would definitely be like an apocalypse, so it's like, in order for your your soul to jump up to the next level or go from the third dimension to the fourth dimension, it's like, obviously there's some kind of indication that you're dying there, unless we get to the level where people are able to live with dual bodies, which is like more of a transcendent feat, or like an enlightenment. There's some kind of culture of enlightenment and some kind of support for people who want to enlighten themselves to enlighten themselves. But I think like the takeaway was that no, it doesn't. Just because transcendence or death is like responsible for bringing about like the higher dimensional conditions or whatever, or like the conditions of like new Earth, right? It doesn't mean that everything's going to be wiped out. I think one way I read it too was if like macrocosmically, like we're just like humanity as a whole is vibing too low, or vibrating or creating too much evil and suffering, and quote unquote like lower vibrational energy, right? Then it's like you're more likely to manifest or create like tragedy or like cataclysmic events, instead of and a more probably enjoyable alternative to experience, right? Like going through that. or those were the impressions
Mhm.
I got of the law of one harvest and trajectory of a soul,
Yeah.
soul's evolution.
Yeah. Okay. I have things to add to what you just said.
Okay.
So intuitively, I felt like he was talking about 2020, and then later, just a little bit further into the chapter, he says, other souls will then have to remain behind, right? So, like, according to some statistics right now, apparently 1 billion people passed during COVID, right?
No.
Um,
No.
yes.
That's
Yes.
no. That is cap. There's no way 1 billion people died during COVID.
Or close to 1 billion.
No, that's not true. 1 billion is 1 in 7 people you know dying. 1 in 8 people you know dying is COVID. Is what you're talking about?
Yeah.
No, that
Okay.
did not.
I
That did
mean,
not
we'll
happen.
see. Okay, we'll see when the numbers come out, you know? But anyway, I'm just saying that's one of the theories out there right now. Okay. Um, okay, so then he says the moon will then reunite with the earth, and then I wrote in parentheses the astral body and the ego, right? Um, and then he says some souls will use this ability slash inner strength to benefit further evolution, but there will be others that will take this toward evil, right? So there's like that separation that made me think of the law of one, right?
Yep.
And in 2012, I felt like 2012, like the very so fall of 2012 is when I became a Reiki practitioner, and that summer, so the summer following that fall 2012 was when I first got energy healing. And I remember feeling like, not in the moment, but like when I look back on it, like 2 years after, so like 2014, when I look back at that moment, um, I feel like I was given the choice to heal myself or become the evil that I was raised to become, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, do I follow the steps of like all the wounds, right, of my family, or do I heal it? And I really felt that like separation, like those two paths, that fork in the road, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And me choosing to do the energy healing was me saying, I am going to heal this. Even though at the time it didn't feel that way, I was scared shitless. And I even asked the healer, what if, because in my mind, I was going to die 3 years later. Like, I was not going to stick around for longer than 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was thinking about doing the session, I asked the healer, what if it works and then I change the whole direction of my life, you know? And like, could I potentially just undo the healing and go back to the way things used to be? Like, could I still have the chance to, you know, invalidate whatever healing you do for me,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And it was her saying, you can do whatever you want with the healing, even if it's to invalidate it after we do the session. And it was her saying that gave me the courage to accept the session. Because if I had really connected with the weight of the change that was going to come, I would have ran in the opposite direction. You know?
Yeah.
Because it was like too much difference, right? So there's a little I've told the story many times, so it's okay that's on the podcast. Maybe I won't have to repeat myself again, but maybe I will.
It's like there's another
So,
timeline where you just went and did evil, went and robbed banks,
yeah,
and threw jewels in your comically large sack you have hanging over your shoulder.
yeah. Yeah. So, when it comes to, okay, so then moving on, he explains of like, the people that I wrote down about how he describes people that are choosing evil, and then he says, okay, my one critique of this chapter is where he says like the mineral kingdom will no longer exist, the planet kingdom will be completely changed, and I don't think, like, obviously we're here, it's 2024, plants still exist, crystals still exist, we still have land, so I don't know exactly what he's talking about.
That's why I say with this chapter, like I feel like he is doing like a primitive law of one channeling kind of. Like he's kind of strayed away from writing about occult science, which he has done many times, and he has just like transitioned to talking about like random occult concepts.
Right.
Like this is
I can see the evolution of, the explosion that we see in the market for like crystals like never before, right? So in a way, they are having their own evolution because instead of staying in the earth, now they're in most of people's homes, and we're helping each other through like consciousness, we're helping the crystals are helping us.
Yeah, some kind of growth and evolution.
Yeah, but it's not like they disappeared and they don't exist now. Like that's not.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I would just I would call this last chapter like a channeling, like a channeling for sure, but it's just like super distorted.
Well, I mean, it's 1900. It's distorted, but it's not that distorted. You know what I mean? Like, I would say that the choice of words are
okay
different.
I should say it's not especially distorted. It's not a bad channeling. I would
the words that you would choose.
Yeah, I would say like the way it's distorted, it's not like super impure or anything. Although it does have a little bit of that, talking about the world ending and like just like that's just kind of there's like some characteristics and qualities that once you start seeing that, once you can recognize what you're reading is channeled material, and you start seeing those qualities bleed into the channeled message, you realize that something is missing. Like there's
But he doesn't say that the world disappears.
Oh.
He's not saying that. In fact, later on in the chapter, he says that people who believe that these evolutions mean like mean that I wrote it down in a sec, like, so
well,
whoever could be misled by the preceding expositions into believing that the described evolution bears a fatalistic stamp would have misunderstood them.
I agree, but he's also talking about catastrophe and cataclysm too. After after whatever the 7th cultural period is, So I mean, it's not like, I mean, like you can put up some walls there. I mean, it's like it's a pretty decent channeled message for like 1910, 1930 or whatever. It's
Yeah,
just
when he says,
we have this clearer stuff, and now I would say.
yeah, when he says catastrophe, I just think about the Tower card, which is an indication of catastrophe. But when that card comes out in a reading, the catastrophe, like the most recent reading that I did, the Tower came out for on the day that there was the earthquake in Taiwan. So like sometimes it is a physical event, and sometimes it's a spiritual event. So the more sensitive you are, you may notice the abrupt change, which is how I think of when he says catastrophe. It's just an abrupt change, but it's not this like end of the world situation. It's the end of an idea, a concept.
I agree with you. I don't agree with that. Like, that's what he was saying. I think that's a healthy slant to put at what the author is saying. But I mean, he definitely says, the Earth will be visited by a catastrophe that may be likened to what occurred between the Atlantean and post-Atlantean ages, and the transformed, which is basically the Atlantis was like a hyper evolved society, paralleling our own current hyper advanced society to some degree, and the transformed Earth conditions after this catastrophe will again evolve. And so he's like, I don't know, I wouldn't hyper focus on that, but it's definitely mentioned.
It kind of sounds like a spiral of evolution, where it's like we get to a point of evolution where you hit this sort of ceiling, and then something happens and we kind of start over, but not from zero, but with like, it's like like one step forward and two steps back kind of situation, But anyway. So then, like when he says like transformed animal kingdom, I mean, pets are the new kids. That's kind of how I interpret it.
Yep.
Right. Okay, and then I wrote down. Okay, so he's talking about the different things that he's seeing or that he's channeling, right? And sometimes when you're channeling, you don't see everything that's going on, right? But so like he's kind of following a trail.
Yeah.
So above that transformed animal kingdom, meaning a higher consciousness, right, is a human kingdom, which proves to be the progeny of the evil community that arose on the earth. And above all these are to be found the descendants of the good community of earthmen, a human kingdom of higher order. So we're still coexisting with each other, right? And the work of this human kingdom consists of ennobling the fallen souls of the evil community so that they may still be able to find their way back into the actual...
The way you said evil community, the evil community.
I mean, that's what he says in the chapter. I just wrote it down.
I don't know. It was the way you said it. It's like, yeah, there's like the the basketball, the NBA community, the spiritual healing community, the evil community. Can't forget those guys.
Yeah, but I mean, look at
Society
like,
of evildoers.
But look at how many people in the spiritual community are focused. I mean, right now are focused on what the devil worshippers are doing, when it's like really not important what they're doing. It's like that's the god that they want to follow. Leave them alone. Like everything is going to come into balance anyway, but they have to choose it. You can't like shame them. You can't really I don't think that, like, if you're going to come from love, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't include ridiculing them, shaming them, tripping them. None of that. It's like, okay, that's the choice you made. You go be over there.
Yep.
And like that's it.
Yeah. It's like a pretty good example of how Christianity shot itself in its foot.
Yeah. Right. Because they focus too much on them.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Right.
I see way too much of that. And it's like you should care about focus on yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. Because ultimately that is what is going to raise your own consciousness, is like when you
Or
focus on yourself,
if they're doing
you're
illegal
healing.
things, they should. It's a law enforcement problem. But there's not.
Yeah.
There's no like like I would consider the fact that we live in a more enlightened society, the fact that like I don't like the symbols you worship, so
Mm-hmm.
you're going to jail. Because it used to be that way, and it's why
Yeah.
there's been so much blockages in enlightenment. And there's so much confusion in 2024 because it shouldn't be this way. But because it was the way it is talked about, with you being able to go to jail for talking about the wrong symbols for such a long period of time, it's really one of those freedom of information, freedom of speech things that we should be very grateful to have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so now I'm almost done with my notes for the rest of the chapter. So when he says the human beings receive their independent ego, right? I don't know what page that is, but to me this sounds like the period that we're in right now today as we're recording this. Because to me, it sounds like, or the way that I interpret what he's saying, is the individuality of the soul. So becoming more human, and less about what is, and less about being part of the group soul, which is like, what is everybody else doing? That's what I'm supposed to be doing too. What is everybody else like? That's what I'm supposed to like too.
Yeah, being a sheep. Yep.
The sheep, the sheep thing, right? And so like in my head, that matches with the Pluto Aquarius cycle that we're in, and it's gonna be going on for the next like 20 years. So I think it's I think this chapter is very exciting. Like he's hitting some like big markers in his channeling, as far as like overall concepts, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Like the description of the concept is, iffy.
Yeah, 100%.
So whoever, and then my last note is, it says, whoever were to believe that in such an evolution, a certain number of men would be condemned to belong to the kingdom of evil humanity, fails to perceive how the mutual relationship between the outer world and the world of soul and spirit take shape in this evolution. And so then, I wrote down, like, I've been saying for a bit now that those worried about the cabal taking control of the world, like, are people who clearly are disconnected from source, because again, they're focused on what these other people are doing instead of going like, yeah, I know that everything's going to come out balanced in the end, and I just need to focus on like what I'm doing. So yeah, that also made me think of like the law of one and like the paths that you take.
Mm.
That's it. That's my rant.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you definitely got quite a bit more from this chapter than I did. I thought it was I definitely got some of the stuff you put down here, but I thought it was a good good bit of prophecy, a good bit of like channelings, of which we have better stuff to look at now. So it kind of just makes this stuff seem like kind of verbose.
Right.
There was this...
there's like a 70 plus year difference.
Yeah. That's just like like whether just like period of like long enough period of time, something probably more interesting is going to happen, or like refinement in techniques or whatever, or even like weird ideas like humanity being more ready for the information that they were in the past.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And also, I think there's also the difference between meditating and astral traveling and channeling in that way where you are seeking the information and trying to grasp everything that you see and like bring it back to this reality versus what the Law of One was doing, which seems like, I mean, again, I'm very much not a student of it, but from the pictures that I've seen, it looks like, what's the woman's name? Clara? No. Claudia? No.
Carla.
Carla. Okay, I knew it was the C.
Claudia.
Carla. Carla is channeling, but she's also hosting the spirit in her body. So like the spirit is coming into her body and using her body to speak.
It's like a possession, so it's kind of it's like a controlled possession, so it's kind of scary.
Yeah, correct.
So
yeah, correct. Yeah. There's two ways of channeling. Either you go out seeking the information, or you become a vessel and you let the spirit in and allow it to take control of your body.
Which is super weird. That was I mean, I guess that might be more like Edgar Cayce, like sleeping. There's a lot of because Carlos the only one I know that had a good channeling that a good popular channeling I should say, that would go into like trance and leave her body. I feel like a lot of
it's not that
a lot of
it's not. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I feel like usually it's like they're like asleep, or it's kind of like there's some kind of energy that gets right next to the person channeling, and they just kind of shut off and then just like allow whatever the energy is to kind of speak through them,
Yeah, like I would say that the majority of the time when I'm channeling, I am receiving word for word what I'm supposed to say. So if I use the wrong word, I get corrected. And they're like, no, try again. And it's more of me listening and then like just repeating what I'm being told, right? And the closest that I allow a spirit to interact with my body is to move my elbow when I'm writing. That's it. The closest thing that I allow is for them to touch my elbow. So I guess that would be like a form of automatic writing, because I just kind of let my arm go.
Yeah.
And whatever comes out comes out. And I can say, like, this hurts my hand, can you slow it down? And then, or like, I can't read what I'm writing, can you slow it down? And my arm will slow down and I'll be able to write a little bit more legibly. But I can tell that the energy is like in the elbow only.
Interesting.
So
it's like this close. Know your boundaries.
Those are your boundaries, yeah. Because you
get put in the
already
elbow zone.
dealt with like, yeah, I've already dealt with like having no boundaries, and it fucking sucks. So.
Okay, so I feel like it's a pretty good discussion for the first chapter here, and I think the book pretty much ends after this. Oh, there was this one little bit about like human intellect and the Christ mystery, which is like that strikes me pretty well, because that's a lot of what I focus on. So I feel like I could say something with that, but I'm just happy that it got brought up, because it's definitely like it's definitely a good way to put some of the way I approach like mysticism or like miraculous happenings, is through the intellect or like through intellectual means. So it's interesting it got brought up. Just happy to see that this stuff was getting thought of like 100 years ago or so. So it didn't really get expanded on too much. I was just happy to see that there because I don't see too many other people taking kind of what was given to us in the raw material with like mysticism and miraculous happenings and like how far you can think things through and how far you can stretch and push your mind with miracles. So I don't see it happening too much. So it's just psychologically reassuring for me to see that somewhere else too. That's like not in my own head or only in my own head, I should say.
Yeah, I would say that a lot of the things that I've really liked about having our book club is that throughout the books that we've read, there's some information in them, even if it's like a small thing like what you just said, that nobody else seems to talk about,
Mm-hmm.
but yet one of us will have an experience with what is being said, and it sort of validates that it has been around, but nobody's really like focused on it to make it mainstream or make it
Give it
common conversation.
Yeah, shine the light on it that needs to be shown on this stuff because I mean it is so repressed. I mean it still is occultism. And occultism kind of got its name being associated with like any spiritual concept that wasn't or the idea, I guess the idea was a spiritual truth that wasn't allowed to be accepted thanks to, a church or government or whatever. So it is really, yeah, it is really, I do like that, like, a lot of us have different, I think that's what makes this book club so strong, is our different perspectives, which kind of shine on the stuff. And then rip OCW, hopefully she's able to make it
She'll
back.
be back soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she will.
Yeah, we can talk about a little bit more about how we want to plan what the plan is for the immediate plan for book club is here, but let's save that till the end maybe.
Sure.
All right, then we got chapter 7, details from the realm of spiritual science. This is like a really good summary of the book. This is the Twitter post. This is the YouTube video, Occult Science by Rudolf Steiner. I feel like this is like the good spark notes.
Yeah, like this is like it talks about several concepts that you may want to focus on just to take with you. You know, when you're writing an essay in school and they tell you to like summarize everything you just said, this is that.
Yeah, and I would agree with everything laid out here too. Like with a book being titled Occult Science, and with me focusing on like occult science so much on like the main channel, or like taking mystical text or scripture like seriously, like which is only done by the church, but not very many people take them seriously, right? There's a lot of everything brought up here is like very on point. So that's good to see at the end of the book that it's kind of like, yeah, there were 100 pages that didn't need to be here. But I mean, if you don't want to like parse through and read 100 boring pages and 100 interesting pages, you can just kind of look at the end and see that this is a good, if you look into occult science, these are going to be the topics you're going to be like working with and focusing on the most. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like dream states, super sensible, not like questions that arise out of these topics too. I don't know if there's anything, if you read through this. I didn't read through this super in depth. Maybe I should have. But I don't know if there's anything.
I kind of just skimmed through it, and it's just what you're saying. It's a summary of things that you should know, that you should take with you the most as you go into other occult texts, and things that you're gonna see like referenced many times. So
Yep, facts. Dreaming, what you're really made
yeah,
of.
the astro.
But I think that's a finished book. It's a shame OCW couldn't really be here today. She had to grow up and get a job and stop playing with crystals like the rest of us. It's so rough. Um, any closing comments about occult science before we wrap book club up?
I'm gonna read the rest of chapter 4 just to see if I get anything extra about it, and I will let you know.
Would you recommend this book to someone else?
Depends on what they've read before. Depends on like where they're coming from.
Okay.
If I wouldn't say that if I wouldn't say that this is a good choice as your number one starting out.
Mm-hmm.
I would say if I would tell somebody to start with any of the other Theosophist text first before coming to Steiner, because like he's coming from Theosophy as well, but then he branched out into his own thing. So before you explore the branch, you want to go into the root. So, are we done with this book now? I can't believe we made it.
I think we are. So yeah, that was Occult Science by Rudolf Steiner. Hope you guys enjoyed. We're gonna figure out what book we're gonna read next time, and what our breaks and pauses are with OCW getting a real job. So